Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Have to look at the chat on the phone because it's not working on the B Live now. Hare Krishna. I should have used the other one. Oh well. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. How's everybody today? Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Bo. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari Hari Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hari
Ooh,
Ram
that's a
Hari
big
Rama
spot.
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Oh, it's horrible.
Krishna
Don't eat
Krishna
that
Hari
part.
Hari Hari Ram
Can
Hari
you not feel
Rama
it? Pick the fucker off, will you?
Rama
Pick it
Rama
off, will you?
Hari Hari Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hare
Rama
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 Hari
Hari
Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama Hari Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Hari Hari Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hari Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Hare 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 Rama
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Rama Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama
Rama, Hare
Rama
Hare,
Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, oh my Lord Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Krishna. Krishna.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Krishna. Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Whoa! Oh, my Lord Krishna. Krishna, Hari Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hari Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Krishna, Krishna
Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama,
Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, 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 Jesus, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna,
Shri Krishna
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Krishna
Ram Ram
Sri Krishna,
Srila Prabhupada, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Ram
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Oh my Lord, Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Oh my Lord, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Jaya Sachidananda.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Jaya
Hare
Sachidananda.
Krishna,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Nityananda, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Nityananda, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Krishna,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Ram
Rama
Ram,
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama, Rama
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Rama
Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Rama
Rama
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Hare Rama,
Rama
Rama
Rama,
Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare.
Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama, Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Hare, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama
Rama
Rama Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna
Krishna.
Krishna. Hare Krishna. Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna, Hari Hari.
Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Rama 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 Hare
Ram Ram Hare Krishna
Rama Hare Krishna
Ram 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 Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Advaita
Hare Krishna
Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Jaya Jaya Shri
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Let's see here. So, little Brihat Bhagavatamrita again, where we left off yesterday. This is called Vaikunta, I think. Yeah. So, Lord Narada Muni is continuing his teaching. Hey, Brahmana, but because you are residing in the material world, and because you can only perceive and envision the material ingredients, I have utilized examples from this world to make you understand. If I have committed any offense in doing so, I pray that Sri Hari will forgive me. Although there appears to be gradation amongst the residents there, the glories of all of them are equal and none of them are discordant. Actually, let's go to Vrindavan. I think this is it. This is called Chapter 7, The Bliss of the Highest Realm. Sri Swarup said, in expanded form, I have explained to you the Supreme Sadhya and Sadhana. Now deliberate and decide upon your future course of action. Hey, best of the mature Brahmana, just as by the mercy of Devi, I attained my innermost cherished fruit. You also can attain it. Understand this to be certain. And that which you haven't attained, meaning his direct darshan, you will also attain without delay. Because I can see that Bhagavan has bestowed all of his mercy upon you. Even though the personal narrations of not only myself, but those of Sri Krishna and his eternal associates as well are very confidential, I have nonetheless spoken them to you. So when one possesses a special bhav for the lotus feet of Krishna, he should not reveal it before others, even up to the point, here we go again, this stuff here. I'm not going to read this because I don't know. I have recognized symptoms in you which indicate that you have firm faith in those narrations. So therefore, very soon, you will attain the full fruit of hearing them. I have recognized symptoms in you which indicate that you have firm faith in those narrations. So, therefore, very soon you will attain the full result of hearing them. So, this is important, to attain the full result of hearing narrations of Krishna. And that includes everything. And a lot of devotees, they still working, even in the Sangha, working on Guru Tattva, and understanding, the actually foundation of the path. And so now we have some people going off, for various reasons. And even maybe one that's turned actually against this kind of bhakti. So that's when, you just got to understand the firm foundation of Guru Tattva. If you can do that, you'll stay solid, especially these times. A lot of the evil of the world is, or even the dark regions of it is coming up and manifesting now. So it's like it's not a time to be like loose. Really got to take shelter of the holy name, and because it's just like a war going on here, and this gets you really above it. You actually like in the, almost like the gods are all kind of, God is kind of above all of this, but we're also here in this world. But anyway, the holy name is the really greatest shelter. It's amazing, and the Siddhanta, this holy name. You got to just understand the Siddhanta to stay firm in it so that you can receive the fruit. And anyway, that's why I made this video yesterday talking about Guru Tattva and how this disciplic line splits. It's, it just happens all the time. People get a different opinion. See, and those are the ones they lose the real mercy of Lord Chaitanya, which is the ecstasy, the real ecstasy, not something mixed in and alloyed, like with these different gurus. People, here they're trying to get confused. Sometimes they're thinking, well, what about Sadhguru over there? He's the same. He has tears coming down his eyes. But actually, if you analyze his philosophy and actually vibration, which most can't do here yet, they still think all vibrations are the same. It's not at all. If you analyze the philosophy and the Siddhanta, it's different. He's got some other idea. And it's not all just about a bunch of tears coming down, or if you even see them, which is rare, which I've looked at his videos and other videos of different gurus. They have a different understanding. And many of them don't even know about Lord Chaitanya or to even care about him. They're not. You need to stay in this line if you really want this result. Lord Chaitanya comes once every four. This is all foundational. we need to understand how rare this incarnation is. And if you get off of this path, you lose this benediction, at least in this life. I mean, and then whenever it comes, who knows, So anyway, that's the idea of a shepherd. You got to keep the sheep. The sheep are the ones who, if you're in Krishna consciousness and you have contact with Krishna, well, here it is. Here's the path. Here's an amazing path. It's very unusual, very confidential. It's just like is as amazing as Lord Chaitanya rarely comes. Here, this is rarely taught, because what he taught was rarely taught. And we're just teaching that level, that platform. Okay? So when Lord Chaitanya disappeared, the disciples, they were so fixed in Lord Chaitanya in this path, they just stood amongst themselves. And like I read that article before, Bhakti Siddhanta, in our own discipline, then the contaminants came in, the alloys, the starting to promote, let's attain God now, do the renunciation and all the hard work and all the austerities and everything. But the devotees separated themselves from that and they already attained the Lord. We've attained Krishna. Krishna's attained here. And the only thing is just to hold on to what you've learned. It's just, even the early Christians had the similar problem. They attained Jesus Christ. That was the thing going there. And they noticed people were trying to pepper in new things, new ideas that were not, it's like it got them off the track of pleasing the Lord. See, it's just like here it talks about, it's always, see, I have recognized symptoms in you which indicate that you have firm faith in those narrations. See, firm faith, what I'm telling people here is what I've ascertained just from the book. And then you can all check it. But you notice the ones that are going off even now, they get off of the Siddhanta. It's always that. They get off of the real path, and then they start to, they go away, and then they introduce new things, and they lose faith in Guru, real Guru. They can't even name the Guru. They won't say the Guru's name. All glories to, like the Gurus or Jesus Christ. He's not here, Yeah, if Jesus was here, you'd never hear this story here. See, so it's easy because all glories to Prabhupada. And, most devotees don't know Prabhupada. They don't know his heart. His heart is this ecstatic worship you see that he didn't show. Okay? So people that really want to prove that they really know Prabhupada, they have to get through this, this test here. Because what we're showing is what was the innermost feelings of Prabhupada in all, Bhakti Siddhanta and Bhakti Vinod in there, what they didn't show anybody usually, unless it was a close disciple. Yeah. So stakes are high in a great way. High stakes, the stakes, Yeah. So I recognize symptoms which indicate you have firm faith in those narrations. Those symptoms are firm faith. When you have firm faith in those narrations, and that means you hearing from a devotee, then the symptoms of that, the symptoms of the ecstasy starts to manifest. The right Vaishnava mood of humility, the ecstatic symptoms, the faith in Guru, faith in Krishna, all these are symptoms of faith, basically, and then the Lord is trusting you, and he's coming and awakening in you. See, and so the Lord, the Lord is giving people these kinds of things. And so when you have faith in Guru and Krishna, so Guru gives you the details, like I was saying, hey, stay in Sadhu Sangha. You don't have time to play around. My God, the evil of this world is manifesting big time and getting worse every day, actually. And people, you don't have time to mess around and play around and joke. We can joke around in Krishna, but hey, man, watch out. You're playing with fire now. And so it's time to get really playfully serious, and that happens naturally. But stay close to the devotees. and don't, these people, they just kind of leave, and then I see the result already. When one person left and they say, oh, I have faith, I can stay out of the circle, no problem, I have faith in your narrations, and I watch your classes and I praise them, and they stay outside, and then gradually they lose faith and they become more vitey. And then the offenses come. Well, actually, I'm your teacher, and, they switch all the way from being, like this is exactly what my ex did. The same thing. Now, actually, you should listen to me. You're not doing it the right way. This is exactly again and again and again, So my duty as a shepherd, as guru, I have to, help, like, hey, man, that's off track. You see what happens? I say, stay in the circle, man. We got Sadhu Sangha. This is a gift from Krishna. Don't slap him in the face. Don't slap him in the face, man. Don't be ungrateful. You want me to read again, chapter 12, because of ungratefulness that people left and became false followers? You want that? What, you don't hear that? I'm just telling you. And I tell you what's in the experience, your experience. Now you can see, go look at these devotees leaving. Oh, go hard, now, they were all nice and, and now, actually, I'm your teacher now. Always the same thing. Same Maya, same illusion. Okay? And when they lose, all of a sudden, now it's about austerity. Watch me do my rounds, and my stern look. And go hard, all that, that's... It always comes down to the same Maya. So I'm going to say the same thing. Maya is taking you down, and I'm trying to pull you back up. Or help a few devotees here. Don't, why would you associate with anybody like that that's against this bhakti? You think that pleases Krishna? You go to classes of people that are against this bhakti that tell me right to my face that I'm doing the wrong thing? I'm in Maya? Yeah, I'm in Yoga Maya, but, that's another story. That's the good thing. Yeah. So watch out, man. You're playing with fire. It's all about please. I'll tell you right now, it doesn't please Krishna when you go to people who say they're with Krishna and are against his transcendental Satchidananda form, which we're teaching here. It doesn't please him. I'll just tell you outright, you're not pleasing Krishna, and he's going to give you a slap. Faith in Guru, in a particular Guru Krishna gives you. Not all glories to Sadhu Maharaj and this, what's that guy down there making ash into the stuff. Satya Sai Baba, all glories to those gurus. You're going, that's Maya, that's illusion. How dare you slap Krishna in the face like that? You think they're all the same. And we got devotees in the Sangha, they associate with Mayavadis like that. And they wonder why. Why am I confused? Why? That's why. Confusing. But you can hear the different purports and teachings of various teachers and gurus like that. It creates doubt in your mind and you lose the friggin' path. Krishna is giving here. If you're attracted here and you come here, you're listening here, you're getting juiced here, stop going. You associate with these Mayavadi types. I don't care who, girlfriends, boyfriends, anything. They contaminate you, get your mind screwed up.
You watch that film, man?
That's yeah, and they get doubt, and then all of a sudden, and then everybody, feels those shaking. Them.
I haven't got a microphone.
So anyway,
just say mute, but
sometimes you got to be a little serious. Huh? Yeah. So anyway, I've recognized symptoms in you which indicate that you have firm faith in those narrations. Okay, those narrations come from a person. They came from him. Oh, you have firm faith. That means you have firm faith in Guru. You're not firm faith in narration from somebody like somebody in the world, some worldly person, some worldly authority here. Oh, firm faith narrations of a person, that has received the result of this bhakti. You want to chant in ecstasy like Lalita and others here? Well, follow their path that they're teaching. They're the witnesses. Okay? You want to do that? Follow that path. You know, they went in the door. You went in the door here. This is the door, obviously, because you got what I got. You chant the holy name in ecstasy. If anybody else that is maybe not having so much of that, follow that path. Follow Govinda. You see the joy he has in devotional service. You want to be joyful like that? You ever see the guy have a down day? No? Do you ever see when he comes? You ever see him unhappy? You want that kind of bliss? Follow his path. Follow any devotee here that's getting strong, steady steadiness in bhakti, and you'll see it's always faith in Guru and Krishna. Not, you leave Guru out, a specific Guru, the one that Krishna gives you. That's why when you chant there, that's why it's hard for those going off to chant their Guru's name. It's got to be all glories to the acharyas, all of them, but not the one Krishna gives you. And every one of those who are like that, go off. All glories to the bygone acharyas, but not the one Krishna gives you. You think Prabhupada likes that? No, he never liked that. All glories to Krishna. Oh, we're so fortunate Krishna gave us the name. And Prabhupada said, no, you're fortunate because Krishna gave you, me, the Guru, to give you that name. Okay? And Shiksha, like that. Everybody goes off, it's always like that. All glories to all the acharya. Arjai was like that. See? Where is he now? What was he doing while he was here? See, they can't follow this path. They always have a different opinion. See, that's a false follower, man. Always a different opinion. See? Oh, you don't like this. Oh, hey, man, you don't like this preaching? I'm just preaching the book, man. The book is to keep us on the straight and narrow path. What, you don't like the word? The word was God. See, that's my God, is this word. In the beginning was the word. The word was with God, right? And the word was, is, and always will be God. But which word are you leading? Is your God Lucifer? Is it Bill Gates, the servant of Lucifer? Or Fauci, the hypocrite God, the liar, the earthly God that keeps you on the earth, wants to kill your body now? Is that your God? Or is it this, the word? I'm just telling you the word. I love the word. The word gets me inspired, gets me hot under the collar. Right, Gurna?
What's very disturbing for me is coming and drinking your nectar, and then coming and drinking the nectar of an ecstatic devotee and not giving him the credit.
Yeah.
That's really, for me.
That's thievery.
Yeah.
Isn't that correct? That's thief.
That's stealing, and then showing, I'm almost Guru myself, and no, I can't appreciate that. Not at all.
Yeah, I've seen. It's a kind of Maya. I've seen this before. I had one guy. I had two people doing that. They came here to get the energy. They knew there's energy here, but they wanted to take it. It's called usurping. They did this with Prabhupada. That's why the movement is still Vaidhi. They usurp that. Oh, Prabhupada's got a lot of energy. Now we can be gurus. See, we can be acharyas. We can be, they want to use that energy because there's energy here. The devotee is a desire tree. Yeah. So if you come here for Krishna, look, you came here for Krishna, right? You get Krishna. But you come here to be a big teacher and everything, you get that. And the Lord lets you do it. Yeah. But I don't, I need to say something that say, hey, don't follow that path. There were two people here that did that, and they both are dead. I mean, they just died. I mean, just spontaneously died. One guy, did that, and I had to get rid of him. I said, listen, you can't do that here. It's confusing it's confusing me. I mean, I'm getting this energy. It's like I can't even connect with Krishna anymore because of that. It's energy, name and fame energy. When it works its way into a sangha is it's like material. It's not good. And so I said, you can't do that here. You have to go somewhere else. And then he ended up doing some weird thing with my ex-wife. I don't know. The guy was crazy, but in the crazy for power, and that's why she actually went a little bit bonkers, was because of this guy. And then anyway, because of his actions, he ended up dying. He just got in a motorcycle accident and died. Yeah. And then another guy, the same kind of thing, man. He came and it was not there. They got a kind of something in them, but a very strong desire for name and fame. And it came here, and he just wanted to use the energy to be a big satsang leader. And he started to get really like entitled. You got to instructing me. I said, sorry, man, can't go on there. And he ended up, I think suiciding out later on because he just couldn't come and be a devotee. So there's strange things, and people again and again the same Maya. So anyway, I'm teaching about it because it's history now. See, historic. And so if you hear about history and learn about this history, you're not doomed to repeat it, or it can help you not associating with those who leave here and then they become against what we're doing.
Of course.
See? I mean, this happened with Lord Chaitanya. One person always had a pride bent. This was Vallabhabhata. And he ended up leaving and then doing his own thing and never mentioned Lord Chaitanya after that. See, it's the same thing. Lord Chaitanya allowed, he said, yeah, I want to show you this. And that's what happened. I started reading that Vallabhabhata's disciplic line, and I felt horrible. I felt like I was losing the shelter. And I realized, this is not pleasing the Lord. And so I just backed off, and then I was happy. That's the same thing will happen here when people go off and they start to they turn against. It's called betrayal. Betrayal is spiritual energy, and they go back into the Vaidhi thing. Okay? They betray this platform that's being given to them. And so watch out for going out and listening to people. That's not pleasing to the Krishna. You go and listen to people that turned against this life, and then they all in the name of Prabhupada. So if you understand these things, then you'll be safe from it. Yes. So this morning, Srimati Radhika herself gave me this order. Hey, Swarup, my devotee, the Mathura Brahmin, has entered one of my kunjas. First of all, go there and enlighten him with instructions by which he can quickly attain the mercy of Sri Krishna. Okay, so I think this was, Swarup, my devotee. Yeah, so Radhika is, sending. This is if you want to meet the real line, it's like that. You're ordered by Krishna usually it's the like you'll have a dream with a Mahapurusha in the line, and they come, and then Krishna comes and orders you, please give them instructions so that they can attain my mercy. Swarup is a liberated soul. All real acharyas or links in the disciplic succession are liberated souls. They chant the holy names with great ecstatic devotion, which is their Bhakti Shastra degree. See, it's the degree of devotion. Okay? So they're sent by Radha and Krishna and Lord Chaitanya to give the right instructions. See, the narrow path, and if you follow them, you'll very easily attain Vrindavan. But if you don't, you go off, and you see that. It's like a razor's edge in that way. You go off, and then you have your own conclusions, and they never agree with what's in the book. They agree the opposite. what you do. You become like the false follower. You don't want to become a false follower. False follower is you start to get into another path. Oh, austerity is it. Oh, renunciation. Oh, rules and regulations and doing like disciplines to attain Krishna. Now it's all about attaining Krishna, and then you dry up in your ecstasy. And you become more and more hard. I mean, I see it my own. I look and, let's see. I'm looking at the symptoms. There you go. That's what you get from coming out of sadhu sangha, not accepting the instructions coming from guru, not hearing right. See, it's how you hear. I mean, I'm speaking these things every day, but some people, they don't quite get it. They don't listen. They're hearing, but not hearing. They're not hearing, but not listening. So they hear, but not listening. So therefore, they don't get it. Oh, I say, stay in the circle, and they do the opposite. They go out of the circle like Sita. And then they get captured by the Maya. Oh, see? So the real spiritual master gives you relevant instructions so you can quickly attain the mercy of Radha and Krishna, which is this chanting that some devotees are doing here. See? She listens to the instructions. Like Lalita, she listens to them and therefore gets the fruit of those. If they were wrong, if I was lying, you'd have a different result. Like you listen to the instructions of those in Maya, those who are serving the earthly prince of this world. That's Lucifer. That's Maya. That's Shiva. Whatever you want to call it. Not the Shiva in the disciplic line, but the dark Shiva. The mode of ignorance. They serve the mode of ignorance, which is full of hypocrisy. Okay, and then you get the result of that, which is death. Okay, you listen to these instructions, you get the result of this, which is life. What is life? His intimate love, eternal relationship with Krishna, man, with God, the Supreme Lord of Lords, keeps us safe from all of this just by following these instructions here. And the proof that these are not bullshit and hypocritical teachings is you get this result. That's why you follow all of, there's thousands of gurus out there in Vaishnavism. What result are you getting? Are you getting this result? This is the desired result glorified in these scriptures, man, isn't it? Isn't it glorified ecstatic devotion, intimacy, love of God, Radha and Krishna attainment? Have you gotten that following all those thousands of gurus? Oh, no, that's many lifetimes. Well, hey, man, we're here to bring you quickly into that kingdom. You follow these instructions. People are already attained Vrindavan here. It's a fact, man. Look around. If you can't look around, you're an owl. Owls, they can't see in the light. There's all this light. Light is conclusive truth. Light is conclusive true ecstasy that you read about in the scriptures. And you come and you look in here, I can't see anything. You're an owl. See, that's what Krishnadas Kaviraj, owls come in the light of the day and they can't see. They can't see, I'm blind. Yep, that's the way most people are. That's the way most gurus are. Most of those thousands of gurus are like that. They go, here's the light, here may see conclusive understanding of the scriptures in the way that nobody's ever explained them. And you see all this deep ecstasy like you read about from 550 years ago. And they come, what's going on here? What's going on? You can't see nothing. Therefore, your followers remain blind too, because they won't listen to these instructions that gives a very quick result of the desired result of real Krishna. You want to become conscious of Krishna? You need devotion. Without devotion, there's no conscious of Krishna. You're hearing but not hearing. You're perceiving but not perceiving. Okay? Being conscious of Krishna, love of Krishna awakens, and wow, this name is awesome, man. This name is fabulous. And then you show people, they see, they cannot deny that a person is loving that chanting, man, relishing that chanting, man, getting revelation and realization from that chanting. If you're not like that, you're not a real Gurudev in our line. I'm sorry, but there's no time to waste. Evil is rising. Yeah, people are, like listening to the earthly god there, the Maya, the Lucifer, and he's tricking everybody, deceiving everybody, and we're telling the truth and saving people. You want to be saved, you listen to this word. It's not hypocritical. You can see people getting the result here. They're getting Krishna. Hey, man, that's straight on, direct, narrow gate. Or otherwise, go ahead and listen to Fauci and Bill Gates and Biden and all. They're destroying this world. That's what they do. That's their job. Destruction. Follow that. Be destroyed. We got life, man. Do what you want to this body. Doesn't matter. We got real life here. Oops. We lost River. Let's put her back. There we go. Sorry. We lost you there in the stream. Put you back in the stream. There you go. You're back in the stream. Unmute you. Let's hear some of the confirmation. We need confirmation here. We're going to use her, not the machine for confirmation. We're going to use her laugh.
Not the machine. These subtitles are really good.
The what?
The subtitles on Facebook are really good.
The titles?
Yeah, there's subtitles coming up of what you're saying.
Oh, the subtitles, they're coming out good. Oh, that's good. Good for transcribing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see here. This morning, Srimati Radhika herself gave me this order. Hey, Sarup, my devotee, the Mathura Brahmana, has entered one of my kunjas. First of all, go there and enlighten him with instructions by which he can quickly attain the mercy of Sri Krishna. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that what we're doing? Isn't it nice? Obviously, you see how it works? You get the order from transcendental personalities. Go ahead. Why? Swarup was qualified. Prabhupada came to me after years of ecstatically worshiping Lord Chaitanya, and great. It was so fabulous. Just walking around, just drunk with ecstasy. And then Prabhupada came, yeah, go ahead, man. Bring some of my disciples back to me. Whoever listen, enlighten them with these instructions you got in ecstatic worship. Then it got really more and more clear, like, oh yeah, that's how it works. Okay. Let's continue this disciplic line, otherwise it disappears. Where would you see ecstatic devotion if this was not going on? You just see the symptoms, like Prabhupada said, when Madhavendra Puri was here in this world, there were hardly any symptoms of love of God in his disciplic line. And we have the same thing. There's hardly any symptoms of love of God in our line. So he started it all to happen. And then millions of people got it through that line, all the way through Lord Chaitanya, and then Srinivas after he disappeared, and the Goswamis and see, they continue it for a while, and then it's natural because it's so high, it disappears, for a while. And then it's revived. The Lord sends his devotees and they revive this bhakti again. So that's the procedure. Therefore, in accordance with her order, I have quickly come here, meaning that before accompanying Krishna to the forest for the day, I have come here. Being overwhelmed with joy at receiving the order from her, today I have abandoned the company of Sri Krishna, because even more pleasurable than directly associating with Krishna is following the order of Srimati Radhika. What do you think Prabhupada was doing? He was following the order in the line. Bhakti Siddhanta is like in the line all the way back to Srimati Radhika. And he said, yeah, you go out and you preach in English and everything. He was more ecstatic than staying there in Vrindavan, was going around and sharing Krishna with others. because that was the order coming through the line. That's the same thing here. I love this preaching. You know, my ex, I used her, thank you for your service, by the way. Nothing meant personal, but using for your service. Thank you for this. She always would say, now in that consciousness now, why are you staying out of Radha Kund and Vrindavan? I'm not out of right. This is so much juice. I got the order all the way back from Lord. You don't think that Lord Chaitanya and Radha and Krishna are pleased to bring back those who want to attain the mercy of Krishna in this life? You don't think that's really pleasing to them, that I'm not feeling that pleasure, their pleasure of bringing people back to this world? And you think that Vrindavan comes here to give the empowerment to do that? You know, wherever I am, I could be in the North Pole preaching like this, and the empowerment of Vrindavan is there. Krishna is drawn here. Otherwise, that's the illusion. People, neophytes, they think like that. I just want to be. It's selfish. Yeah, he's still selfish. You're thinking, you know, I'm just, to follow the order is more nectarian. That's why if you don't have that order, what you do doesn't bear this fruit. This is the fruit of Krishna consciousness, is prema, love, bhakti, devotion, but not just, you know, the love of Sadhu Maharaj or somebody like that. Or Sadguru. What kind of love did you ever see? Listen to his talks. It's all like listening to King Solomon. You ever heard of King? Read King Solomon. People coming all over the world to hear him. He's very wise, but it's only wisdom. That's really only wisdom mainly. Here it's mainly bhakti. And then the Siddhanta that comes from that. Those are the instructions how to attain Vrindavan. Those are experienced instructions. People, you listen here. This is the real result to come away with. Is Krishna of Vrindavan, intimacy with Krishna. Wherever you are, Krishna will be there. Hey, that's the result. You'll, because of devotion and love, awakening. So Sri Parikshit said, having heard so much, still the wealth of prema, meaning ecstatic symptoms such as shivering, had not arisen in him. The ecstatic wealth, isn't that amazing? The wealth of prema, that's real wealth, isn't it? That's the gold you take with you when you pass from this body. And the wealth of prema is arising in devotees here. Many of them. See, the wealth of prema arising in the body. This is the living waters. Jesus said, if you have faith in me, from you living waters will come. See, that's conclusive. See? He said, you have faith in God. Have faith in my word. And then living waters will come through you. That's called prema. That's called Holy Spirit. Different words for the same thing. You want those living waters to come in? Believe the words from those who living waters are coming through. You don't think living waters were coming through Jesus? He's an experienced personality. He knew these conclusive truths. You believe in God? He came to those who believed in God, right? And if all you need is the formula, believe in God and believe in a living guru, not your bullshit idea like the Pharisees, bullshit ideas. We believe in God and we believe in Moses, but we don't believe in you, Jesus. Therefore, you don't know God. You got to listen to the instructions of one sent by the disciplic line and the Lord. Then that kind of faith, the living waters will come. That's why you see some people come with a little faith and the Lord doesn't wait. He gives you some taste, some ecstasy, right? But as soon as you go, let's cut the guru out, man, and let's just go with Krishna. There you go, man. There's the fault. See, you just fell in, faults in the earthquake faults, they open up. There you go. There's the fault. You just fell in it.
You want to come up, grab the rope. This is the rope, man. Conclusive understanding. You want to stay in the fault, stay in the darkness? See, in the fault, there's dark. It's dark down there, right? Maybe a little heat from the hell coming up, you know? Hellish. Make you grab that rope, man, that's coming down there. Man. A little heat from the bottom, you know. Yeah. See, such as shivering. See, shivering, tears, ecstatic, you know, all this beautiful, beautiful party, devotional party with Krishna, man. See? So then Swarup placed his hand on the Brahmana's head. It's almost like what the apostles did with the what do you call, when they were giving the Holy Spirit, they placed their hands on the devotees, you know, on their heads and their. Yeah, we might be doing some of that soon. Let's see. Sri Parikshit said, having heard so much, still the wealth of prema, meaning ecstatic symptoms such as shivering, had not arisen in him. By the grace of such a great personality as Swarup, all the realizations which Swarup himself had experienced arose directly within the Brahman's heart. See, and that's how it works, man. Remember, you know, it's like you get what the guru has. You begin to understand the real path. You know, just you get the ecstasy the guru has and the conclusive understanding. Because why? You get what the guru really has, the wealth of Krishna in them, that comforter, see? That inspirer, that purifier. You get that. So why wouldn't you know what the guru knows? That personality is in you now. Same personality, right? Same Krishna. Who I'm going to, you're able to go to. You're able to sit before the altar of the one I'm sitting before. Simply by your faith, not only in Krishna, and not only in bygone acharyas that you don't really know intimately, but by a living guru. That's why you say the name of a living guru that is actually in the line. Watch all hell break loose. Watch all those false followers come out in all these Vaishnava groups. Yeah, you know, that's because they're contamination. They don't like to hear that. This causes the path to be seen. So they resist it. They want to censor that, right? Just like, see, the truth is always sent, even in the world. They want to censor the truth about those jabs. Censor the truth about the mask, you know, why they're really doing it. Same thing. People here in Vaishnava religion, because that's what it mostly is. They want to censor the truth that's going to liberate people. Set them free, because that's the kind of preaching here, isn't it? It works. It's already happening. Want to censor this? How do they do that? False information here, right? It's a false bhakti. You know, sahaja, all kinds of off things. They're just masking contamination, a contaminated heart. Because people that do believe in Guru and Krishna get the result of what that formula is. I teaching in the book, man, Chaitanya Charitamrita, chapter 1. By the action of the book Bhagavad, which we use, the true conclusions, and the action of the devotee Bhagavad absorbed in devotional mellows, chanting Hare Krishna in great ecstatic devotion. Then the result is what? Devotion, awakening in the heart. People want to stop that formula now, right? They want to stop the living gurus from preaching. They want to change Prabhupada's book so the formula is messed up. Okay? If you don't got the book and you don't got the devotee, what do you got? Equals Maya, continuation of illusion. Okay? Continues on. See? But we still got Prabhupada's books. They're good enough. And we got this empowered order from the disciplic line. Whoever believes in this order and also believes in Krishna, boom, prema, devotion will arise in your heart. Really believe. And the test is coming if you really believe it, what is going on here. Otherwise, you'll believe your own mind or believe something else. Believes, what was that? Satgurus and all that, Sat, and all that other, all those others, Satya Sai Baba. It's the same thing as this. No way. No same result as this. Found out, when they went into his room after he died, he was hoarding gold, and it had gold everywhere. Millions. That was his interest. That was his gold, and that's the kind of gold you may get, man. People, they come to them for mystic powers. See, that's why the Lord has gurus for the masses. Yeah, the masses of devotees don't even know what real bhakti is. They need to be instructed. Their gurus don't know what real bhakti. They're teaching something else. What did we read? I mean, I just tell you what the Lord shows in his high books. Lord Chaitanya said, "Hey, man, if you don't teach these glories of intimacy with Krishna, you're teaching something else, and therefore people get something else. You want this? Right away, we teach it. We show this, and we teach about it. Its glories, so they can develop faith. Oh, wow, this is great. I have faith in this real path, man. I'm not faith in Vaidhi Bhakti, faith in that's the way to get Krishna. Now I have a new faith. I have faith in Raganuga Bhakti principles. I have faith in spontaneous devotees teaching those principles. See, this is the thing. People, they come here and then they go back. They want to go back to Prabhupada's teaching, Vaidhi Bhakti and everything. And now I'm teaching wrong. See, that's what they say. You're teaching wrong, Gohari. You're not teaching what Prabhupada taught. You're not teaching cultural Vaishnavism. You're right. I'm not teaching that. We're teaching spontaneous devotion. We're teaching postgraduate Chaitanya Charitamrita. Not cultural Vaishnavism. Culture to make it like, Vaishnava culture. No, Vaishnava culture now at this level is we're culturing the principles of prema that lead quickly, that come from prema, principles, confidential principles that come from ecstatic worship, that vision comes to the devotees, and we don't just hold them back and just go in my room and just relish these things, these principles in my own room, and then I come out and say, everybody, you go out and build temples and go to work for Krishna and go distribute cookies and distribute my books. Okay, fine, that's that level. No, there's this ecstatic worship, not for me only, but some devotees here. We're worshiping Krishna, and then we tell you what Krishna tells us. Don't just hold it back. Now it's time to let it out, to express these deep truths to the world and liberate it, like 550 years ago. Different, what do you call them? Different strategy now. Those who understand the confidential truths. This was the strategy of Jesus. Strategy of Jesus, he did two things. He spoke parables to the masses. See, the masses, they're the ones who get these gurus that have maybe wisdom or something lower or lesser. See, so he spoke to the masses parables and teachings and moral teachings. And then he spoke to his intimate disciples. The kingdom of God is given to you and not them. The kingdom of God is confidential truths. Okay? And he explained those parables and showed their essence. Okay? And then what did he say? After I depart, shout it from the rooftops, man. Teach people what I've told you in secret. And what happened? Not only 11 people got the Holy Spirit, but thousands. It's the same thing here, man. And shouting it from the rooftops, what Prabhupada kept inside. and Bhaktisiddhanta and Bhaktivinoda. They had all of this. And now we're being ordered by them to shout it from the rooftops. See? Declare it all over, and whoever will accept these principles and these conclusions and this instructions will very quickly get Vrindavan, just like this book said. I just read this. Srimati Radhika ordered Swarup, go down and give my devotees instructions so they can quickly attain me. That's these kinds of instructions. Not holding back. But because if you don't believe this preaching, I don't believe you. Okay, well, go and believe your many lifetime preaching of these gurus, whatever. Go ahead. Take your time. Take lifetimes. I don't know how many lifetimes. It says many lifetimes. Okay, go many lifetimes. Take another birth, another death, another birth, another death.
Mhm.
Yeah. How about this lifetime? These are instructions for those who are called to hear them and listen to them and attain Krishna in this lifetime. The words of real devotees who have this empowerment come true. The words of others don't. That's how you tell.
Yeah.
Say goodbye. Hare Krishna. Thank
Say
you for a wonderful class.
All right. Where are you going?
Bye-bye. I'm going to in the potatoes.
Oh, okay.
Is there not too much noise? Because I mute myself constantly because of the noise here in the house, Guru Maharaj. Do you hear the noise in the house?
No,
You don't hear it?
I don't hear it. No.
Oh,
So you don't have to mute yourself.
okay. But
Yeah.
I want to say something.
Yeah, please. Just say.
What I experienced for so long is that, and over again, is that neophytes and a lot of devotees, they have a certain idea how a purified devotee must look like and how he needs to act. He needs to be calm and in peace, and he can't shout, and he can't point a finger to the truth, and he can't.
Yeah.
And they have a whole list, and even they invent lists themselves, and then they start to say you should be like this and like this and like this and like this, but they find things in scriptures but they are not ecstatic or not ecstatic enough to understand what it really means.
Yeah.
And then they misuse all this. And you mentioned somebody with who I have had a lot of contact, and I always had those talks. She had the idea that you should be this and this and this and this and this. I said, no, that's not. You don't know. When we read in Chaitanya Charitamrita or Chaitanya Bhagavat how Lord Nityananda acted, etc. If you're not ecstatic, you don't understand that. And if nobody explains you, so they keep on sucking it out of their tongue and saying things, and that's actually very dangerous for others because they influence a lot of other people.
Yeah. Well, see, this is the thing. Until you abandon your own opinion, see, this is called false ego.
Oh, yeah.
Competition. See, when you're covered by false ego, you want to compete with a superior person. Superior person is somebody empowered by Krishna. That's all. And so they have experience with real bhakti. They understand these subtle points. But there has to be room. See, the way Lord Chaitanya preached, he went, people think, oh, he just had ecstasy, No. Listen, you got to listen to these pastimes, not just hear and not hear. You got to listen to what's going on, but you got to be empowered to that. And that means you got to be purified to really understand this stuff. Yeah. So Lord Chaitanya came to South India and was preaching. And it says he would go into the place and he would start chanting in ecstasy and laughing and crying and everything. And people became attracted. And then he would preach to them. And then when they would abandon their inexperienced opinions, see, they could come closer to the truth, because you got to get the word, man. You got to believe in the word. He established his cult of bhakti on the conclusive understanding of bhakti shastras. See, and whoever accepted that, really accepted him. You got to see that it's got, the word has to be your God, and the word that was Lord Chaitanya's God was conclusive truth, and he was ecstatically ascertained it. So you got to come in that line, and that means you have to do what those persons did with him, and that means they abandon their, it says that, they abandon their inconclusive understanding. They realize this person is an experienced devotee. This person knows God better than I do. Because if you say, I know God better than Lalita Ganga, oh really? Well, how come you don't have that kind of ecstasy? Oh, it's not about that. Okay, you're inconclusive already, because that's not it. It's not a no. To those who worship Krishna with loving ecstasy, Bhagavad Gita 10:10, he gives them the right understanding. Yeah, see, that's loving ecstasy, is what you see Lalita Ganga doing, and Johan and Govinda and others. See, you start to get inclusive.
What you have is not the real thing. That's what they say.
Yeah,
They say, "Please, but no, you don't have ecstasy. You only have some bliss."
yeah, you see, they don't know, and they don't have any of that. They have no bliss, and they're so great authorities. So that's false ego. It makes you stupid, dull, not illogical. It's like these guys now. That's why you have to abandon religion and its association with people illogical. They teach illogical things as logic. Just like it's like a step up above the world, maybe. In the world, they teach illogical lies, deceptions as the truth. See, and capture you with that. If you believe in the world and worldly people, or you believe in the world because of worldly people, you believe their hypocrisies and their lies and their deceptions, then you are trapped by that. It's like trap. See? If you believe in religionists, gurus who are religionists, they're speculating. They don't know what ecstatic devotion is. They don't have these symptoms. Have you seen it out there? Go listen to any classes, see where any of that's going on. Oh, they have that in secret. Yeah, have you seen it? Well, no, nobody ever sees it. Okay, yeah. That's Maya. That's hypocrisy. That's lies, cheating. Yeah, it's all cheating like this.
Not only about the symptoms. We don't recognize anything of ecstasy in their preaching.
Yeah. Well, no ecstatic teaching.
Right?
No teaching of confidential truths. Where's Bhagavad Gita 10:10 in your preaching? Which, they don't know. They hear, they read it, and they talk about something else because they're not it. You got to be these verses. That people got to look at you and say, boy, this person has loving ecstasy when they worship Krishna. They cry, they laugh, they choke up. They have these amazing symptoms unknown but to anybody, and you can't imitate them, really. And then look, they have understanding from that's better than anybody. And there you go. You have somebody has to be an experienced devotee, experiencing the verses in a living form. Then you begin to know them. You see, the thing is, people are, that's religion, man. That's why real devotees abandon religion. Who needs religion, No, I need truth. See, you want truth or you want religion? See, no, Krishna and his real devotees abandon all varieties of religion, and it's hypocrisy. It's hypocritical to say, I represent Vrindavan and Krishna, and you don't have that ecstasy of Vrindavan and Krishna in the devotees there. That's hypocritical. You're lying to people. You can't bring them to Vrindavan. It's only through the devotees who chant the holy names with great ecstatic devotion, like the verse says in the book. You got to find those who represent the book in life. See, in life, in the ecstasy is the life. Okay? That's the life, Jesus. That's the word, and that's the ecstasy. That's why you stay in that circle of the word and the ecstasy. But you go out of that. See, and then you're lost back into the world and worldly levels and something else. So by the grace of such great personality as Swarup, all the realization, I read that. Okay. That he immediately attained Bhagavat Prema demonstrates the immense value in associating with the great personality. You see, this book was actually a fiction book. See, this is a book not based on something that actually happened. And that's okay. You know why? Because the truth is in this fictional book.
Mhm.
See, the true conception is in this. That's what's important. The way it really works. So that's why devotees can compose anything. But what's in those books is the conclusive truth. Okay? So the conclusive truth is that he immediately attained Bhagavat Prema Bhakti demonstrates the immense value in associating with a great personality. So just by the fact that people, proof that inside here is bona fide, inside this temple, as foolish as it looks, is bona fide, is Bhagavat Bhakti is awakening in devotees, and or people are making progress on that. See? So that's its greatness. I never say I'm great. No, but what's here is great. This ecstasy is great. It should be promoted, right? I promote this ecstatic worship. I glorify it. I promote this word that comes from this ecstatic worship, which is also in the book. I say, okay, you see, it's in the book. If there's greatness in a person, to me, the greatness is only the Lord, the spotlessly pure one living in this temple. Why he chose, I don't know. You know, why he's in here and doing such an amazing thing. To me, Bhagavat Prema is amazing. Can you imagine? Prabhupada said, if I could make one pure devotee, my life is successful. Bhaktisiddhanta said the same thing. And look how many devotees. You know, one pure devotee means Bhagavat Bhakti, Prema, is awakened in your heart. Your loving relationship with God is awakened. And that's being a pure devotee. Look how many already.
You will be happy.
Yeah. See, so this preaching is to teach people where the real truth is to be found. You got to see proof is in the pudding, man. Not in a bunch of baloney. Here, if we were just talking, oh, prema, blah, 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 and crying false tears and having false ecstasy, other people wouldn't be getting this. It would be just a sham, a lie, bullshit, an act. But people are becoming ecstatic here. They're getting these symptoms arising in them. It's so proof it's true. So that he immediately attained Bhagavat Prema attains the immense value in associating with a great personality. In the same way as Swarup, it started with, I had to figure out that I was associating with a great personality inside myself. Nobody can confirm it. These big gurus wouldn't confirm it. It felt like a challenge to them. Because many of them are in the level of religion, even though the world doesn't think about it. They think, oh, these are great personalities. I had faith inside what was inside me, what was living in me. Just like Lord Chaitanya had to develop faith, what was inside him. Nobody can confirm it at first. They thought, everybody, Mother Sachi, what's wrong with my son? He's crying, he's laughing, he has these weird symptoms. What's wrong with him? And everybody comes up and says, oh, he's got a life air disease. He's got this, he's got all these so-called authorities. And Lord Chaitanya is ready to drown himself in the Ganga because everybody said he was crazy. Until an experienced devotee came, Srivas, ecstatic, Narada Muni. He said, oh, these symptoms. He said, what are these symptoms in me? Everybody says I should be, killed because I'm a worthless son. Oh, these symptoms of the highest level of bhakti, devotion to God. Oh, I wish I had this kind of disease. See, he got his confirmation. Here, my confirmation was Prabhupada and Krishna. I couldn't get any, no person would confirm it. I've had more people betray this before. You know, people would come and then they like it and everything, and then they fall off, you know, like some people are doing here. I've been there, done. I've seen this already, you know, for these various reasons. So we keep trying to teach and help people get where, you know, the straight and narrow path, you know. And and then so Prabhupada and Krishna confirmed it. And now my experience confirms it. Your experience, I mean, you guys are saying, wow, this is really good. It's changed my life. I love it. The only thing you don't love, like with River, when she goes into false ego stuff and harasses her, that she doesn't love. And that's good. It's like lighting a fire under your butt, you know? And then you don't want to, you know, hey, yeah, let me move on. I want more of this ecstasy, man. I want to live more there. And now with all this human, you know, stuff we got to deal with because of misconceptions, you know, conditioning in the world. It's much nicer just to live in, you know, and by, like anybody going through these obstacles, don't worry. I mean, by and by, it gets better. It's just a struggle. I had to go through stuff. I had to go through, you know, it's not like I always I chanted the holy name in ecstasy, but then there were blocks. You know, and sometimes I would chant and I wouldn't taste anything. And then I go back to the scriptures and like the Chaitanya Bhagavat and keep relishing, you know, and just by and by, just keep trudging forward, you know, and by and by it just gets better and better, you know, but you got to do it. You got to, this is the hero's journey. You just got to keep going until it becomes more and more steady. You know, and however long that takes. Thing that Krishna is encouraging. He gives you sadhu sangha. Right now, it makes it easier. You got devotees, you know, that can give you support. Why would anybody leave? Because it's insanity to leave devotees that can give you the support. But people do because it's tough sometimes. Okay? But that's what the real path is: Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra, man. That's all here. This is the circle of influence and of protection. As soon as you go outside of it, then, you know, you're out and you're in danger. It's like you're in a forest now. A lot of bewilderments, and that's where you're vulnerable to attack of the illusion. I mean, I myself stay here in Guru Sadhu. I'm not also part of this. Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra is very important. This ecstatic worship, very important. The devotees here are very important. We work together to keep ourselves, you know, on the beam, you know, so that we go straight into the kingdom. So the Lord has provided this, and to reject it is ungrateful. And usually it's just because of impurities, of wanting to keep one's opinion. See, that's the thing. You want to keep your opinion, and you don't want to hear from the sadhus. Isn't that what happens? You know, oh, I don't like this person. No, I like my way. You know, I'm just with Krishna. I'm sorry, but you know, you may not like it, but you got to become conclusive. Otherwise, you're going to be off, and you're going to go more off. It's like a gyroscope. It keeps you going, and as soon as you get a little bit off on the gyroscope, you go way off, more and more. Yeah. This is like a gyroscope here. It keeps you on to the destination.
Yeah, Krishna really organizes situations to get you where he wants you to be. And that's what you've got to accept and be humble enough to accept it and learn from it instead of taking revenge on the devotees. Because Krishna organizes it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, or that's the betrayal, you know, they betray the hand that's feeding them. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, that's part of the path. Some people do it. It's like Jesus said, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees. The leaven of Pharisees is pride, hypocrisy, and competition, and jealousy. So those that you get when you leave real sadhu sangha, simply because you don't want to give up you don't want to give up that falsehood. So the Lord lets you live it out. But people here, be careful of that. And I say the same thing. Beware of the leaven of the Pharisees. Beware of those who leave and think they know more about bhakti and everything. And now they're free and they're set free and they're equal to Guru now. Because that's not the Vaishnava mood.
No.
You know, or worse. It gets worse sometimes. Then you start to criticize the devotees where you got so much, and then you lose everything. That's the Guru and Vaishnava Aparad. And people start doing it all in the name of Prabhupada. Yeah, that's not Prabhupada. It's not, That's why we're here, to teach people who Prabhupada really is, his confidential manifestation. So be careful. Don't go and associate with those who are against this bhakti, because that's the leaven of the Pharaoh. You'll get pride. You'll lose your bhakti. And it's very, very displeasing to Krishna to go. It's like you betray this. This is a very special this is the Lord's confidential expression and teaching here. And to go to people or people who leave here and want to become great teachers, and you listen to their classes, it's gonna bite you in the butt. Maya's gonna use that. I've already seen this. I'm just teaching from experience. If you do it, then you'll be another experience. You'll see, and I'll point it out, and that'll make it more clear. So whatever Krishna inspires you to do. Okay, that he immediately attained Bhagavan. Okay, right down there. So, Lalita Ganga, why don't you, who wants to read? I'll just put it out that way. Who's inspired there between these two here? What?
Maybe Yamuna wants to read, but I think she's talking to somebody.
Oh, yeah, you read.
Okay. You want me to read something particularly?
How about Chaitanya Bhagavat? Do you like that book?
Yeah.
How about chapter 2 of Anchalila?
Just a second. Sri Chaitanya arrives in Jagannath Puri. I offer my respectful obeisances unto my spiritual master. All glories to Bhaktivedanta, Paramahamsa, Sri Ragora Haridas, Maharaj Acharya. All glories to you. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, to Jagannath Babaji, to Bhakti Vinod Thakur, to Lord Nityananda, to Lord Chaitanya, to Radharani, and to Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, victory to the moon-like Sri Gauranga, the life and soul of all living entities. He is fear personified to the evildoers and the protector of the righteous, Oh, glory to the Lord and Master of Sri Ananta Sesa, Sri Rama Devi, Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva. He is the ocean of compassion, the friend of the fallen and wretched, and the best amongst the renounced sannyasis. All glory to the Lord. All glory to the Lord, along with his pure devotees. I simply pray that he may shower his mercy upon me, so that I may eternally repose my mind at his lotus feet. Oh, oh, glory to the Lord, along with his pure devotees. I simply pray that he may shower his mercy upon me, so that I may eternally repose my mind at his lotus feet. The Supreme Lord, Sri Gaura Sundara, exhibited wonderful pastimes in the house of Sri Advaitacharya and in Sri Chantipur, thus revealing the unlimited mystic and charisma of his own transcendental personality. He spent the night in Krishna Katha with his Vaishnava devotees, experienced great bliss and joy. In the morning, after completing his daily morning spiritual duties, he sat surrounded by his disciples who had been unaware of the passing of the night. Sri Chaitanya said, I am going to Sri Nilachala Puri, but do not feel sad, thinking that I am leaving you. I will drink the nectar of Sri Jagannath's moonlight, beautiful face, and return soon to be with you again. Return to your homes and engage in continuous kirtan. Every one of you are my very being, and you are my companions, life after life. The devotees replied, my dear Lord, who has the power to go against your wishes? Still, we wish to inform you that the times are bad, full of danger, and no one now dares to travel in that direction. There is growing enmity between the two kingdoms, Bengal and Utkala, and the borders are infested with bloodthirsty fighters. So we pray to you to rest here a while until the tension subsides. To this, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Chaitanya replied, let there be danger of any magnitude. I will certainly go. This I say to you. Sri Advaitacharya understood Sri Chaitanya's mind, and he knew no one could dissuade him from it. Palms joined. Sri Advaita began to speak. Who can dare to obstruct your path? All so-called impediments and dangers are simply your other careers. No one possesses the power to stop you. You have resolved to travel to Nilachala, and so your journey will be a
So you see, this is really the essence. So Advaita knew that. He said, all the obstacles are your order carriers. And another he called them obstacles. They're all his servants. And that includes everything. And so the Lord said, yeah, and the Lord said that he would go and read the first sentence about that where Lord Chaitanya,
also called impediments, or before?
before where the Lord says, the Lord starts talking about that.
Yeah. Let there be danger of any magnitude.
Ah,
I will,
see, Let there be danger of any magnitude. So you can relate that to now. Let there be danger of any magnitude. And the Lord was on the ecstatic platform. He's worshiping like that. Let there be danger of any magnitude. And then you will have that realization. Just like here, we have the realization, this is the Lord's doing. Even though it seems bad and it is bad and it's inconvenience and all of that, but it's the Lord's doing. These are the servant carriers of the Lord. And then we look at it sedantically, and then it gets you out of what's going on, and you get into the fight in illusion. You become like that, because like it says in the first verse of Bhagavatam, everything, the external energy, which this is, and the internal energy is both under the full control of the Lord. See, full control. And so there's a lesson in it. There's always a lesson in it, and it's doing stuff. It's taking people who believe in the Maya down to a darker level. But if you can understand that it's tricking you and then turn to the true God, then you can get out of this. You have to go into the association of those who represent the true God. Just like people are going, they go to Fauci, and I'm using them not to criticize, but to just discern this. You go to Fauci, you go to politicians, you go to the WHO, you listen to them, you believe in them, and there's still lies and trickery in there. They're doing things that don't help you, actually. See, so you go where they go. Therefore, you can't often even just take shelter of God. You have to find those who represent the Lord's word, the Lord's understanding. Just like you're going to those who don't represent. You got to go to persons. It's like it's dynamic. It's you learn the real philosophy. We're marginal persons. There's the material energy. They represent it. There are persons represented, living. And there's persons representing God, Krishna, Lord Chaitanya, and the path. You got to go to them. Not just, this direct thing. You can't really connect right. You got to go where the Lord is empowering persons to get you out of this. And you got to see, I'm going to these religious leaders, and most of them still got the false ego. You go to them, there's hypocrisy there. They're basically saying, I represent Vrindavan, but they really don't, because their word doesn't represent it. Their temple doesn't represent the activity of ecstatic devotion manifesting there. So there, you're not going to get the result either. It's a false flag. They call it false flag, false hope. You got to go where is God, the transcendental Lord, represented? Fire is lit now, man. There's the war going on. You want the shelter? Hey, this is the shelter, is what the Lord said. Any magnitude of problems, ecstatically worship God. Be in sadhu sangha, man. When you're in that sadhu sangha, well, this is what happened with them. They were around the transcendental Lord so much that they got the result of that the Lord would stay in them, live in them, and they could do bhajan, they can do harinam, and be in ecstasy, because the Lord is living in them now because of that amount of association. We just read that. Because of Swarup, the association of a great personality, such a great result of prema. See, always the same thing. You got to be a recipient of that mercy of prema. See? And then the Lord will use you to distribute that. And then you, on any magnitude of problems and obstacles and everything, you'll be protected because of that prema. It's just like, the problem with Mathura, in the pastimes with 10th canto, Mathura didn't have the full shelter because that was a level of religion. And they had Kamsa, was hypocritically devout, like Pharisees. Still have this tyrannical thing. You must do this. You have to do this. And I'm representing God. I'm the representative of, but he wasn't. He was representing the world. He was a worldly minded, just like many of these gurus are worldly minded still. They're thinking of wealth, I've already heard so many things. Janaki had some guy, sannyasi, he was a guru now. It's just very into money. But then I'm representing God. What is this? All bullshit, man. You go to that, you get a bullshit result. Yeah, this is. Yeah, see, this is the Lord's obstacles. And you can get over them when you get the right association. You need transcendental association. You need a person, a living person representing transcendental association in this world. Then you can get out. Otherwise not. You won't even know what it is. That's why the Lord came. That's why the devotees are here now, real ones. They give transcendental association so you can get out. So that the Lord will awaken in you like it did with them. See, they said, yeah, I'll never leave you. Just go and I'll come back. It didn't mean that he had to come back physically. You go and do bhajan and you'll see I'll be back. You'll feel like you feel with me in my association alone, but you're not alone because I'm actually with you inside now. This is the result of a living devotee who has real treasure. The real treasure is the Lord himself. And you get it in that association, and only that is a living representative of the transcendental potency, and they're not hiding. They're giving it to you because they're giving you the conclusive understanding. That's how important this Siddhanta is. This book is, these books. If you stop hearing and believing in the words of a guru who is transcendentally situated, and then because you don't believe their word anymore, now you have a new word. Yeah, and it's mundane and speculative, and then you go down. You lose the association, transcendental association, because you're not on the word. See, the real devotee represents the ecstasy in the word. See, this is why you can be awakened here. And you got to keep going. You got to keep worshiping in ecstasy and getting more and more clear. And then it matures. And then automatically you become good. Krishna will send you people. They'll just come. And not probably droves because most people are not ready for this. They're attached to their own ideas. They're attached that are speculative. They're attached to their guru's ideas, which are speculative. Or attached to their mama and daddy still. And the conditioning or the terrible conditioning they've gotten. Maybe they've been beaten or all kinds of weird things going on. Their teachers' speculation, their communist ideas. Now, all kinds of weird shit going on. But anyway, those who are called, you listen there. And you listen here, then you're going to get this result. Does anybody want the prema result? Well, that's what's going on here. You want ecstatic love of God awaken so that God is living inside your own body and your own temple and stays with you forever. That result Jesus Christ was talking about. Well, that's what's going on here. And very rarely anywhere else in the Vaishnava party. Okay? Which is not much of a party when you just rules, regulations, and mandates. This is the party, man. Talking about the essence of truth and relishing ecstatic love of God. That's the devotional party. If that's not happening, those symptoms are not happening in the Sangha. You haven't found the real path. You haven't found the real life yet. You haven't found the real truth yet. Okay? There's always life, the way, the life, and the truth. That's why Jesus' preaching is fantastic still, because it's conclusive. That's a devotee. That's a person who has got the Holy Spirit living inside them. They love conclusiveness like Jesus did, like Lord Chaitanya did, like Prabhupada did, like all real devotees that have God living inside their temple, man. Right, Lalita?
Yeah, it's not worth to sacrifice a soul for a false ego.
Yeah. It's not worth, what was that?
To sacrifice your soul For
your soul
soul.
for the false. Yeah. It's a covering for the soul.
Yeah.
False ego.
to-
And if
let
you're
it-
too covered by it, you can't tell. You get bewildered.
yeah, let your soul give the first place.
Yeah. Go ahead. Oh.
Yeah. No one possesses the power to stop you. You have resolved to travel to Nilachala, and so your journey will be a source of great joy, and you may leave at your own sweet will.
See, that's our journey. Will be a source of great joy in spite of the magnitude. Isn't that? That's what I'm experiencing here. And anybody, even if you're not fully ecstatic, you come here, you'll pick off some spin-off of that joy, that protection, simply because you have faith in this kind of preaching. See, because this is a journey of great joy, even in this battlefield now, this war going on. It's a war, man. It's World War III and IV. It's going on, man. It's an information war. They're not shooting bullets yet, but they probably will. But the main thing is information. People are giving false information. See, false information is religion still. It's not clear stuff. False information is the world, making you worldly, and it's actually killing your body. Actually, they're giving information like that. See, this is the information that is the life the Lord can live inside you. Awaken in there. See, arising Krishna Prema. Yeah.
Sri Chaitanya was pleased to hear the truth spoken so plainly by Sri Advaita.
See, that's it. It's all about pleasing Krishna. Lord Chaitanya is the Krishna himself came here, and he's pleased with conclusive understanding. That's why he likes this preaching. It's conclusive. It keeps people on the beam. It gets them straight into the kingdom. That's the pleasure of the Lord. See, so it's important, this conclusive knowledge. It's light. It's the light in this world. Otherwise, you get people, even Christians, I've seen this, Christians, many of them, they believe in God, they believe in Christ. But then they get into this battle. They think, we got to fight it and all that. And they end up doing too much of that. And they lose it's like they get covered with a false ego, instead of understanding these deeper truths. More conclusive. Look at the Lord, even because of all these magnitude of obstacles, still he's worshiping God in ecstasy. You can't give that up. If you do, then you're caught up in this war, this Maya, and you lose your joy, the joy of the Lord. This is what was predicted in the Bible by Jesus. He said, in this time, people's love will wax cold. See? It cools down because people get too involved in this. See, even the elect, if possible, will be deceived. The elect are those who come close to this, and then they will be deceived. They go into some deception. Maybe the false ego, or they listen to others, other persons that are in the illusion still, and then they become illusion. Even though they were elect. There are people that were elect. If you come here and you listen and you like what we do, but after some time, for some reason, you're deviated, you were of the elect, but you were deceived, if possible, and that possibility happens sometimes. Deception. You lose the path, you lose understanding of how valuable this is, this association. This friendship here. You become ungrateful, and then you just pay no mind. And then sometimes you go against and become offensive in that way. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And feeling great satisfaction, he chanted the holy name, Hari, Hari. Wasting no time, the Supreme Lord made an auspicious start to his journey, bidding his beloved ones farewell. As he walked toward Nilachala,
See,
his gaze
ecstatic worship is so auspicious. It's the most auspicious thing in this world. It's a real treasure in this world. Ecstatic worship is where it's beyond any auspiciousness you can get in life. It shows you what is real life. It shows you it's a perception into the spiritual world where people are experiencing that very special joy in the Lord. Okay? That's why you're not saved until you can perceive this, because you can experience this. Okay? That's what Lord Brahma says when you evince the symptoms of this bhakti. Tears in the eyes, standing hair in the hand, the joy of this, the exhilaration of the absolute truth. You are promoted to the kingdom, and this is being saved. Otherwise, you're not saved yet. You're worldly. You're still in the world. You don't have these experiences of what is true and eternal. This is true and eternal. Yeah.
As he walked toward Nilachala, his gait was that of a stalking, maddened lion. The devotees, feeling completely bereft, followed behind him, unable to halt their tears of separation. Some distance farther, Sri Gaura Shundara spoke softly to them with soothing words. Do not allow this pain to laden your hearts. I could never live without you. I am always with you. Chant the holy name, sitting in your homes, while I am gone, and very soon I will return. The Supreme the Supreme Lord then embraced all the Vaishnavas individually and bathed them with his cascading tears of love. Tears of love, also so comforting them with his divine sweetness. He had soothed the Vaishnavas touched by his love, wept piteously in separation, falling repeatedly to the ground with stunned hearts. The Vaishnavas despite wept piteously in separation, falling repeatedly to the ground with stunned hearts. The scene appeared the same as when Krishna was being taken to Mathura from Vrindavan, and all the scene appeared the same as when Krishna was being taken to Mathura from Vrindavan, and all the young coward damsels were drowning in a vast ocean of sorrow. The Vaishnavas managed to contain their agony of separation from Sri Chaitanya in the same manner as the gopis who went on with their lives while standing their broken hearts being composed of pure spiritual goodness. Visuddha Sattva, the transcendental emotions shown in the pastimes of Sri Krishna and his associates, are none different in spiritual quality from the emotions displayed in the pastimes of Sri Chaitanya and his devotees. They are of the same spiritual status and purely transcendental. One should always remember that the matter of life and death is entirely in the hands of the Supreme Lord, Sri Krishna. He decides if one should live even after consuming poison, and he decides if one should die even after drinking the nectar of immortality. On this journey to Nilachala, Sri Gaurasudhara was accompanied by Sri Nityananda Prabhu, Sri Gadadhara Pandita, Sri Mukunda, Sri Govinda, Sri Jagadananda Pandita, and Sri Brahmananda. The Supreme Lord, wishing to test his followers, inquired, "Has anyone amongst you brought anything along for this journey? Tell me frankly." To this they replied, "My dear Lord, without your permission, which of us would dare to bring anything?" The Lord was greatly pleased at their reply. The Lord now spoke, delineating the import of this seemingly simple question. He said, "You have made maybe it must be me, you have made me very happy by not bringing anything with you. Everyone is liable to enjoy only what is destined to him. Even if he is in the forest, that which is due to him through destiny will find him. If Providence wills that someone goes without food, then, even if he is a prince, he will have a fast. The prince's larder may be filled with food, but if the Lord so wills it, he cannot eat. He may suddenly get into a quarrel with someone and out of anger refuse to eat and remain sulking. He may also, without warning, be attacked by high fever, in which case there is no question of eating anything. This is all happening in truth by the Lord's sweet will. The entire universe is Krishna's storehouse, filled with grains and foodstuff. If the Lord so desires, we can get food anywhere and everywhere. The Supreme Lord, as Sri Gaurasudhara, was personally instructing everyone on the absolute truth and the correct attitude towards Krishna. Those who accept his words with faith, taking them into their hearts, experience immense joy. The efforts of the soul, the jiva, will never bear fruit unless the Supreme Lord sanctions them. One may try very carefully to do something, but the result of the endeavor depends entirely on the Lord's will. Teaching the devotees spiritual knowledge and discussing the entire way, Sri Gaurasundara's party arrived in the village of Atishara. A very advanced scholar and pure devotee, Sri Ananda Pandita, lived in this village. The Lord decided to sojourn in his residence. I am unable to describe the extent of his good fortune. Sri Ananta Pandita was an extremely magnanimous and saintly soul. The Lord's presence in his home made him so jubilant that he became oblivious in his external surroundings. Joyful that the Lord and Master of Vaikuntha had arrived in his own house as a guest, he happily busied himself to prepare fine foodstuff for the Lord and his devotees. Sri Gaurasundara and his followers sat down and honored the cooked prasadam. In this way, the Lord was instructing everyone how to lead the ideal mendicant life of a sannyasi by subsisting upon alms. Throughout the night, the Lord made kirtan and spoke Krishna Katha, thus blessing Sri Ananta Pandita's home. Next morning, after blessing Ananta Pandita with his merciful glance, the Lord proceeded upon his journey with Krishna's name constantly vibrating on his lips. When the villagers saw the Lord's compassionate, moon-like face, which was a soothing balm for all tribulations, they spontaneously began to repeat the Lord's holy name. The unbearable heat of material existence, scorching their lives, subsided as they continuously chanted the holy names of Krishna. Yogis steeped in long, arduous meditation find it practically impossible to attain darshan of the Lord's lotus feet within their hearts. Yet now, even ordinary persons could freely see the unlimited beauty of the Lord as he went upon his journey. The Lord followed the course of Janava Ganga, feeling great exhilaration as he walked along her sacred banks. He soon arrived in Chatrabhoga, where Ganga Devi divides herself into 100 streams, bestowing benedictions and joy upon all. Also situated here is a famous bathing place known as Amburingagata. Lord Shiva is present here in his submerged linga form known as Ambulinga in water. I will now narrate the history of how Lord Shiva received this appellation. Kindly pay attention. In the distant past, King Bhagirath worshipped Ganga Devi, calling for her appearance in this world, and her waters were the only means to return life to his ancestors. When Ganga Devi complied and started flowing upon the earth, Lord Shiva, feeling Ganga Devi's absence, started to pine for her association. Eventually, Lord Shiva came down to earth, and in the course of searching for Ganga, Devi arrived at Chatrabhoga. Seeing her, Shiva became jubilant and unable to bear any further pangs of separation. He entered her waters. Ganga Devi, upon seeing Lord Shiva, began to worship him with great devotion, offering him prayers with deep reverence. Lord Shiva knows the depth of Ganga Devi's devotion and attachment for the Lord. And Ganga Devi is aware of Lord Shiva's highly elevated position in Krishna Prem. By the touch of Ganga water, Lord Shiva himself became water and desired to remain thus submerged within her. Similarly, Ganga Devi was also happy for him to remain at that place, and thus she worshipped him there with humility. From that time, the place became famous as Ambulingagata. The village of Chatrabhoga is truly a very holy place of pilgrimage by the presence of Lord Shiva and Sri Ganga Devi. However, with the visit of Sri Gaura Sundara, its transcendental significance and glories have increased unlimitedly since he has left the impression the impressions of his lotus feet upon his hallowed ground. Lord Chaitanya became most ecstatic upon seeing Ambulinga and Ganga Devi 100 streams. Ganga Devi's 100 streams. Chanting loudly Lord Hari's name, Sri Chaitanya embraced Nityananda, and they both fell swooning to the ground. Tumultuous, tumultuous chanting of the holy names from the assembled Vaishnavas rent the air. Thrilled with spiritual joy, everyone led by the Lord himself bathed in the sanctified waters of Ganga Devi at the Ambulinga Gata. Later, in detail, Vedavyas will compile all these descriptions. The Lord came out of the water and began to weep. I began to weep in uncontrollable divine exhilaration. As he changed into fresh dry clothes, they quickly became soaked with his tears of ecstasy. In the form of the river, Ganga Devi was flowing in 100 streams, but also from the eyes of the also from the eyes of the Lord. Wait. Oh, another 100 cascades of ecstatic tears had appeared. Seeing this extraordinary phenomenon, the devotees were so amazed that they could only exult in jubilation. The feudal landlord of that village was Ramachandra Khan. Although materialistic, he was also a pious man. Otherwise, how could he meet the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, face to face? By the will of Providence, Ramachandra was passing by seated in his palanquin when he saw the resplendent form of the Lord. He spontaneously felt awe and reverence for the Lord and immediately alighted from his palanquin, falling, falling like a stick. He prostrated himself at the lotus feet of the Lord. The Lord was still absorbed in Krishna Prem and oblivious to everything about him. He was crying tears of divine love profusely, having deep sighs and falling to the ground, rolling in the dust. He kept chanting, "Oh, Jagannath! Oh, Jagannath! Oh, Jagannath!" Ramachandra Khan was extremely moved to see such an intense devotional mood. He thought, there seems to be no way.
Yeah, you see, you can also be a Muslim and be affected by this bhakti. It shows you this person was truly devoted to God. The Lord is looking for a sincere heart. I met Muslims like this. I was on the train. Remember meeting a Muslim. He was so sincere and understood actually conclusively things because of his sincere worship of the Lord. The Lord's looking for a sincere heart. He could have, just like they plant, the world plants people like these Illuminati guys, these persons like that. They're devil worshippers stuff. He plants them in religion and politics and everything. The same thing, Lord, when the devotees are awakened, they meet people in different walks of life that are actually have the Lord inside them. They hear them, they feel them, okay? And they respond to them. See, we'll be seeing more of that now because this is coming out, and it's like what happened with Prabhupada. People could feel him, they could feel his sincerity, feel his truthfulness, more and more and more. At first, people are covered, but the devotee keeps doing bhajan, and that's purifying the planet, man. It's very powerful, and that's going to happen, and that's happening here. Just like I also feel the sincerity of person. I said, this person's a devotee. This person's sincere. This person loves God. This person dedicated to the Lord, the true Lord. So it doesn't matter who they are, what they are. I mean, Shama Sundari was telling me that she meets people that are actually pious. Maybe they're not on the devotional level, but still you could tell there's an innocence, there's a sincerity. They'll listen also. So anyway, this is the work now, especially at these times. We're on a battlefield. We're like the medics. Prabhupada used that analogy. We're on the battlefield, and when the medics were here, who's ready? Who is not so? Because some people won't listen. They're so wounded, and they're almost dead in this illusion. But some will. So we're on the battlefield, going and looking around. Who can respond? Who can be resuscitated? Yeah. Who was looking for this associate? Who's looking for help? That kind of thing.
O Lord, I am the servant of your servants. However, the local people who had gathered there spoke up, informing the Lord, our Lord, he is the landlord of the entire southern provinces. Gaurasundara said, it's heartening to know that you are a high-ranking administrator. Kindly tell us how we may proceed to Nilachala tomorrow. As the Lord was speaking about Nilachala, he was once again overcome by divine ecstasy. Crying out Jagannath's name, he began to weep profusely, and he fell again to the ground, swooning. Ramachandra spoke in a concerned voice, O Lord, whatever you order, I considered my prime duty to fulfill. The roads are very dangerous during these times of enmity. Traveling between the two countries has become practically impossible. The inimical kings have placed camouflage spears hidden in the ground all along the borderland, and if the soldiers find even an innocent traveler in these sensitive areas, they capture, they torture, and they murder him, thinking him an enemy spy. The only safe way I can arrange is to send you in secret. I am placing myself in great danger, but I do not care for this danger. I will certainly carry out your bidding, my lord, if you will kindly accept me as your servitor. Then I pray that you and your associates will take food in my house. I will use everything I possess, money, influence, men, to bring you across the border tonight. The Lord was pleased with Ramachandra and blessed him with his merciful glance. By that one glance, Ramachandra was burned. By that one glance, Ramachandra was purified of all material attachment. The Lord proceeded to his residence. By the visit of the Lord, Ramachandra's house became sanctified, and everyone in the house exulted, being immediately awarded with unlimited pious sukruti. The Brahmana Ramachandra himself prepared the food with great devotion and deference. The Lord nowadays ate very frugally. He had no spare moments away from his deep, ecstatic absorption within himself. He sat down to eat only for the satisfaction of his beloved devotees. For now, his only real food was the spiritual meadows. Ever since he had embarked on this journey to Jagannath Puri, he had eaten very little. All the way, the Lord had exhibited the mood of separation, imploring Lord Jagannath. Day or night, land or water were just fading images of no consequence to him. He was constantly steeped in meditation within himself, tasting, tasting the bliss of love, tasting, tasting the bliss of love of Krishna. The devotees were always by his side, keeping watch over him and protecting him from any external harm. The different ecstatic moods exhibited by the Lord are impossible for an ordinary mortal to describe. The ecstatic manifestations of his spiritual trance are so sublime and esoteric that none other than Srila Vyasadeva is able to describe them. Who can understand who can understand the character of the Supreme Lord? Who can predict how Krishna will act next? Lord Nityananda knows fully well the object of Lord Chaitanya's love, that Lord for whom he pines so imploringly. The Lord of Vaikuntha, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, is always engrossed in the transcendental exchange of mellows, where he himself is the object of love, yet he forgets himself as the main actor of these pastimes. On one hand, he thinks of himself as Sri Jagannath, and on the other, he yearns for union with Sri Jagannath. in this way, bringing the devotees to his side with concern for him. How can the living entities realize the Supreme Lord unless he himself doesn't shower them with his causeless mercy? The Lord said with Nityananda Prabhu and the other devotees who were so dear to him. He barely took a morsel of food, and he got up with a thunderous roar. In the after lunch ablutions finished, he kept on asking, how far is Jagannath Puri? How far is Jagannath Swami? Mukunda quickly started to sing, and the Lord began to dance with graceful postures. The fortunate and pious residents of Chatrabhoga had a rare treat. They saw the Supreme Lord, the hero of Vaikuntha, dance before their very eyes. As he danced, one after the other of the ecstatic symptoms began to manifest upon his person in continuous waves, whose dimensions were beyond comprehension. Crying, shivering, roaring, horripilation, profuse perspiration, and becoming stunned like a statue. Who could understand the many subtle spiritual transformations that appeared in the Lord as he spun round and round? Tears gushed out of his eyes like the rushing currents of the Ganga during the monsoon, drenching everyone. The incarnation of love of Krishna in the form of Sri Krishna Chaitanya has descended. Who else but Sri Chaitanya has the potency to exhibit such pastimes? Time passed, and deep into the night, the kirtan and dancing continued. When the night was almost at an end, the Lord calmed himself and sat down. Although it was almost done, the long hours seemed to have gone by in just a few moments. Everyone was liberated and delivered by the Lord's causeless mercy. Ramachandra, waiting for this opportune moment, he said, "My Lord, the boats are ready, waiting for you." The Lord immediately got up and went to the riverbank. Amidst the multituous chanting of the holy name, the Lord alighted upon the boat and cast his blessed, compassionate glance upon everyone. Bidding them all farewell. The boat then headed towards Jagannath-puri, and as the Lord eagerly looked forward for reaching there, his own eternal abode. Resting peacefully on the boat, Sri Gaurachandara asked Mukunda to sing. As the boat moved silently in the still night, Mukunda started a beautiful melody. The boatman was a simple and illiterate person, and he said, "This singing is very fearful. I will surely lose my life tonight. On land, the tigers will maul us, and the water is infested with crocodiles. This part of the river is terrorized by bands of pirate dacoits who, if they catch us, will forcibly take both our wealth and our lives. So please remain quiet until we reach Orissa." The devotees were put into consternation, but the Lord's absorption in spiritual mellows continued. Uninterrupted. In a short while, the Lord sounded like thunder and said, "What do you fear? Who are you afraid of?" The Sudarshana Chakra, the lethal spinning disc of the Supreme Lord that protects the Vaishnavas at all times from every danger, is here. Just look around you. Assail your trepidations and loudly continue the Krishna Kirtana. The reassuring words from the Lord had a miraculous effect on the devotees, and they began to sing with renewed gusto. Utilizing this exigent situation, the Lord gave instructions to the devotees. The Sudarsana Chakra is always present to protect the devotees of the Lord. Sudarshana immediately scorches and destroys any inimical and atheistic forces that try to harass the devotees. If the Vaishnava devotees have such an invincible protector as Sri Vishnu's own weapon, then who could possibly harm them? Thus, Sri Gaura Sundara constantly instructed his followers on esoteric truth. Only those who have received the Lord's mercy can fathom the meaning of these confidential instructions. The devotees performed kirtan the entire way, and
See,
soon the boat.
this is the esoteric truth, is this ecstatic worship There's so much protection in it. There's so much auspiciousness in it. And so this is confidential. But this is what the Lord wants. I mean, this is called mercy in this Kali Yuga, to teach these confidential truths so that people can take advantage of this mercy. Otherwise, they don't know. They don't know, just being around devotees who have got this boon of this confidential mercy, get all this amazing protection from even demons and all of that. They can't come near the devotees. You know, this is the way it is. So the Lord's instructing, and we comment on that because that's what's here. Hey, you want to read a little bit, River? You have to unmute yourself there.
Do you want me to follow up from Lalita, or I read something else?
We'll leave it up to you, whatever you want to read.
Okay.
Actually, I would like to hear more of that same pastime.
Jacanda chapter 2,
Yeah,
page 597.
yeah, I would like to hear more of that, River, if you don't mind. You know, it was
Can you
really
say that again? I missed it.
Yeah,
Anchakanda chapter 2, page 597.
that's Chaitanya Bhagavat, though. Not
Yeah,
Chaitanya.
Chaitanya Bhagavat.
Right. So, did you say the Anchalila?
Yeah. Anchali
Anchalila chapter
2.
Puna, go away. or come and sit in here. Okay, so Sri Chaitanya arrives in Jagannath Puri.
Yeah.
Yeah. And which page was you on?
597.
Okay.
597.
Right. Okay. It's better. Okay. I offer my respectful obeisances to my awesome spiritual master and friend, Srila Bhaktivedanta Gaura Hari Das, Acharya of this age. All glories to you. I offer my respectful obeisances to His Divine Grace. Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, previous Acharya. I offer my respectful obeisances to all the previous Acharyas. All glories to you. I offer my respectful obeisances to the 6 Goswami. All glories to you. I offer my respectful obeisances to Sri Chaitanya, my life and soul, and the whole of the Panch Tattva. All glories to you. I offer my respectful obeisances to Srimati Radharani and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. All glories to you. Jaya. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya, Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra, Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya, Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra, Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
All glories,
Krishna,
all glories. Carry on.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
All glories to all exalted personalities. Jai Shila Gora Haritas, Jai Shila Prabhupada, Jai Jesus. Hare Krishna. Okay, so just let me know if I'm at the right place. The devotees were put into consternation. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. The devotees were put into consternation, but the
Oh.
Lord's absorption in spiritual mellows continued uninterrupted. In a short while, the Lord sounded like thunder and said, "What do you fear? Who are you afraid of?" The Sudarshan Chakra, the lethal spinning disc of the Supreme Lord that protects the Vaishnavas at all times from every danger, is here. Just look around you. Assail, I don't know if that's the right word, assail your trepidations and loudly continued. Okay, assail your trepidations and loudly continue the Krishna Kirtan. The reassuring words from the Lord had miraculously the reassuring words from the Lord had a miraculous effect on the devotees, and they began to sing with renewed gusto. Utilizing this situation, the Lord gave instruction to the devotees. The Sudarshan Chakra is always present to protect the devotees of the Lord. Sudarshan immediately scorches and destroys any inimical and atheistic forces that try to harass the devotees. The Vaishnava devotees have such an invincible protector as Sri Vishnu's own weapon, then who can possibly harm them? Thus, Sri Gaurasundra constantly instructed his followers on esoteric truths. Only those who have received the Lord only those who have received the Lord's mercy can fathom the meaning of these confidential instructions. Okay, what?
Nothing.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay. The devotees performed Kirtan the entire way, and soon the boat reached Orissa. Stopping at the river port called Pragya Ghat, where Sri Chaitanya landed from the boat, reception of this narration of Sri Gaurasundra entering Orissa accelerates the process of reaching spiritual perfection, and all who hear are sure to swim in the nectar of prema ras. The Lord was extremely joyful upon setting his lotus feet upon the soil of.
You see how that is? It accelerates our spiritual life because you see it. Even through our ears, we're seeing, wow, this is the goal of life, is to relish this Krishna prema. Otherwise nobody knows. See, it's an acceleration. Can you imagine people spend 40, 50 years, they read these things, but it doesn't really sink in because they don't see it. See, so here we see it, we have relation, and we say, you comment on it, like, hey, this accelerates spiritual life. Can you imagine all these years, 40, 50 years, gurus reading all this, reading again and again and again, but don't understand anything, don't understand the songbook, don't understand Guru Tattva, simply because they're waiting to realize the importance of seeing it. When the mercy of Krishna is very thick, then you'll listen to the truth and it'll be set free. It'll set you on the real path. It'll accelerate your spiritual life. People are snailing along on Vaidhi. They're like snails, going around. You see, until they get this acceleration. See, this exhilaration of this kind of worship. Where is it? How do I perform it? What is the real path? See, stuff like that. Go ahead there, River. Doing good.
Yeah, I was talking to Martin earlier while he was on. He's asking some really vitey questions
Oh, really?
to me.
Oh,
And I said to him, unless you're in it and you watch Guru Maharaj and you stay with it regularly every day, and if you do that, you can see it happening. You know, that's one of the things that you can actually see things happening in yourself. You can see things happening in other devotees. And when the Lord is around, you know, he appears in your life and tells you certain things, but you have to actually do it, and you have to be surrounded in this potency, supreme potency, and actually see it yourself. Otherwise, you're just going to keep asking these questions, you know, that really won't get answered. You know, so you do see it yourself, and that's why.
See that all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was
Yeah.
just saying. Okay.
Yeah, no. See, you see that all the time in devotees. They come here. They're on the Vaidhi level a lot of times, and they come and they one time and they think they know everything that's going on here, and they don't take the time to do. They know nothing. You know, they don't take the time to really investigate. Then they make this conclusion. Oh, it's like this, and it's like you listen to this. Like, boy, are you way off? But people listen to them.
Yeah.
Oh, they're the expert. It's just like they listen to these worldly people, you know, the Fauci. Oh, he's the expert. Bill Gates, he's the expert. The guy's a computer programmer, and he's teaching that you have to take vaccines and all that stuff. Who is he? You know, and they're the they just automatically believe, well, they're in an authoritative position. See? And therefore they must be listened to. And this is what happened in religion. Oh, they're authorities because they got the cloth. They're men of the cloth. Oh, yeah. And they got the position by a vote. Oh, they're authorities. And people just accept. See, that's very worldly. And those are the persons that the Maya just mows them down. See, you have to listen to liberated persons. And follow the path they teach. If you don't follow their word, then the God of this world, you'll follow his word. And that's what they're doing. Who is your God? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. The Word was God. If in the beginning of your material life you listen to the word of the world, and that's what most of us did, our life was being destroyed. Now you change that. You listen to the word of this God, this blissful, ecstatic Lord Chaitanya, right? Blissful, ecstatic, man. Gives you joy beyond your wildest understanding. Listen to that word coming from his real devotees, tasting that transcendental nectar, man. Your life is going to change. Even in this war, you won't be miserable and morose. You'll be ecstatic, because you're worshiping the real God spoken by the real word of somebody who has relationship to that transcendental Lord. They're the ones who can take you there, because that they're there even here. You want to be there, being here. You want to be in Vrindavan while you're here in the midst of this battlefield of Kurukshetra revisited, and worse, actually. This is worse. This is the worst time. This is George Orwell. 1984 on steroids. That's what they got planned, man. But you want to be blissful because you're worshiping the blissful Lord, and because he's given you himself and his protection. He's the armor of the Lord, man. The armor of the transcendental Lord, his ecstasy, his truth, sword and shield is him himself. Yeah. Isn't that great there, River?
Yes.
Go ahead. Continue on. I just had that.
I did feel when I was talking to him, I felt I didn't feel good because of his answers. And the way he was standing up for his answers. So I had to stop that very quickly.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. The Lord was extremely joyful upon setting his lotus feet
The Lord was extremely joyful upon setting his lotus feet upon the soil of Orissa. He offered his obeisances to the holy land of Utkala, and the devotees did the same. In that area, the Lord is a well-known bathing. In that area, in that area, there is a well-known bathing place called Ganga Ghat. The Lord took his bath there and later went to offer his obeisances to the nearby Shiva Lingam deity known as Mahesha, which has been established right next to the bathing place of King Udista of the Pandavas. The Lord brought the joyful devotees to a temple and requesting them to wait and rest there. He went away to beg alms. The Lord went door to door with his cloth spread out to receive alms. As he stood before each house, the people captivated by his magnanimous appearance and immediately gave generously their best foodstuff, rice and vegetables, etc. Whatever was available in the household, they gave with great pleasure. Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, also known as Sri Annapurna, the giver of all foodstuff and opulence, is always praying to receive shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord. That same supreme personality was now knocking on every door in the guise of a sannyasi, begging alms only to benedict their conditioned souls. Feeling content, the Lord returned to the devotees after collecting alms. The devotees were joyful upon seeing what the Lord had collected and said, "Truly, dear Lord, only you can maintain everyone." Jagannatha Pandit gladly prepared a wonderful feast to which the Lord and all the devotees sat down. The whole night was passed in the village performing Krishna Kirtan, and at first light of dawn they were again on the road walking towards Puri. After a few miles, however, some persons demanding tax and refusing right of way to the devotees unless they paid suddenly stopped them. Yet when the tax collectors saw the grave and imposing figure of the Lord, they were impressed. They inquired, "How many men are with you?" The Lord replied, "I do not have anyone in this world, and I do not belong to anyone. I am all alone. The entire world is mine." Upon saying this, the Lord began shedding incessant tears, which flowed out in streams. The taxman said, "O Master, you may kindly leave, but I will not release the others
See,
until..."
the Lord says the truth. Oh, I don't belong to anybody. I don't belong to anybody. But that's like the Bhagavad Gita statement. I don't belong to anybody. I'm in the world, but I know all the world is in me, but I'm not in it. Okay, but this is why the Lord came. He's with his devotees, and he's going to show in his pastimes he is also. But that's really the secret, man. Is the Lord is independent of everyone. He's independent. He's no one's enemy, no one's friend, except when you engage in yoga maya, these devotional mellows. Oh, now you get the Lord to participate. He becomes favorable and partial to you. This is the great secret of Lord Chaitanya, to teach this partiality to his devotees who are devoted to him. When we become devotees and we learn from the real devotees the real path, and we become real devotees, and then the Lord becomes partial to us, who's independent and alone. Doesn't, he's just there until the person is led there by his real representatives that are connected with him. See, you get through the flaming swords, and then this partiality of the Lord, how wonderful it is to have the Lord. All of a sudden he becomes your protector and friend. maybe you guys, if you read this book by Carlos Castaneda, it's really what it's about. It's all about getting the ally, because when you get the ally, you become empowered. When you get the ally, it helps you in everything, which is just Krishna's way of showing he's that ally. See, he's that ally that's just waiting. He has immense power. He's, fully independent. But we got to learn how to become a devotee. That's why he sends his servants here. He came as a servant himself to teach how to subdue that Lord who's independent. He's no one's enemy, no friend's friend. That's why the demons, they go to his dark shadow to get power. See? We're going to his transcendental manifestation and potency to get the power. That's the real Lord. The other one is his shadow, his dark thing. So that's what we're privileged to preach here, is to teach people how to be connected to that personality that's independent, and how to get them inside our temple, living there forever. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Whatever was available in the households, they gave with great pleasure. Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, also known as Sri Annapurna, the giver of all foodstuff and opulence, is always praying to receive shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord. The same Supreme Personality was now knocking on every door in guise of a sannyasi, begging alms, only to benedict the conditioned souls. Feeling content, the Lord returned to the devotees. Oh, read all of this. Okay. Okay, here is where I was. Here's where I left off. Upon seeing this, the Lord began shedding incessant tears, which flowed out like streams in streams. The taxman said, "O master, you may kindly leave, but I will not release the others until I have received full payment." The Lord left the group of devotees, remembering Krishna and chanting his name. The devotees were plunged in an abyss of despondency, thinking that the Lord had left them. However, the devotees, after some consideration, began to laugh at how the Lord had displayed wonderful detachment. But in the next moment, they were again despairing, worried that the Lord would leave them altogether. Nityananda Prabhu pacified them, saying, "Do not worry, the Lord will not leave us behind." The taxman said, You are not accompanying that sannyasi, so you must pay the proper charges." Chanting loudly Govinda's name, the Lord had gone just a short distance and sat down with his head hanging down, tears welling out of his eyes. Even a heart of stone would melt seeing the Lord weeping in such an entreating way. The taxman was filled with wonderment. He said, "He is certainly not an ordinary soul. It is impossible for a human being to shed such an excessive amount of tears." Looking again carefully at everyone, he inquired from several devotees, "Tell me clearly who you are. Whose associates are you?" The devotees replied, "That sannyasi is our master. You must have heard of him. His name is Sri Krishna Chaitanya, and we are his servitors." Saying this, the devotees broke down in tears of divine love for their Lord. The taxman was now completely dumbfounded, being infused by their mood and purified by their association. He also began to cry, tears coursing down his cheeks. The taxman now hesitated towards the sitting figure of the Lord and threw himself down on the ground like a rod before the Lord's lotus feet. very humbly, he said, my great fortune of seeing you has actually resulted from the pious activities of many millions of lifetimes. Kindly forgive my offenses at your feet. And I pray that you may arrive safely in Nilachal. The Supreme Lord of all living entities, Sri Gaurahari, blessed the taxman with his compassionate glance, chanted the holy name, and restarted his journey. The Supreme
See,
Lord has appointed
the-
as Sri Chaitanya to deliver
yes.
all living entities with the exception of those
Hello?
atheistic, sinful reprobates who offend Vaishnavas and commit sins on the strength of the holy name. Those who are inimical
Hello?
towards the Vaishnavas will be deprived of the Lord's mercy. Lord Chaitanya's name is so potent that even the demons have
Hare
a
Krishna.
change of heart by chanting his name and glories.
Yamuna.
Yet,
Hello. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I just wanted to say, you see the process is taught right here. The process is taught right here. Lord Chaitanya softened the tax collector, let him through. He's an ecstatic devotee. See, he gets through the obstacles. And then they glorify their Lord. See, they glorify, yes, we come in his name. He's our master. We're his disciples and followers. And then they started to shed incessant tears. And boom, he was converted. See, witnesses. The witnesses. And then, yeah. And so that's what the Lord's trying to teach is the witnesses melt the hearts of the devotees. When people, they start to believe in the real representatives. You got to find the representatives of this transcendental ecstasy. That's proof their real master is Lord Chaitanya, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't that what they showed? That their master was this transcendental ecstatic Lord. And if you don't believe it, see the last part that you were mentioning. Read that last part that you just read about the sinful, blah blah blah, that kind of thing.
the atheistics. Okay.
The
Supreme
atheist.
Lord has invented a Sri Chaitanya to deliver all living entities with the exception of those atheistic, sinful reprobates who offend Vaishnavas and commit sin on the strength of the holy name.
See, there it is. See, who offend Vaishnavas. These are Vaishnava. You're still an atheist. You can be in religion, you could be a follower of Krishna and wearing the dhoti and everything. But you offend Vaishnavas. Who's a Vaishnava? Those are Vaishnavas. They're following the transcendental Lord, and they have the result of that. You offend them, you don't get this bhakti. This is you. This is what most Vaishnavas are, why they're going to take another birth. They're against the preaching of ecstatic devotees who have gotten the mercy of this transcendental ecstatic Lord. See, and they represent them in the life. That's why all you have to do is appreciate those devotees preaching and see, wow, this is it. This matches the formula. This is the devotee Bhagavats. They match the formula we're reading in the book. And if he, just by admitting that, like this guy, he started to become ecstatic. And he realized the truth. And now he gives respect to the transcendental potency manifesting in the real devotees. If people do not pay respect to the transcendental ecstatic potency manifested in the real devotees in this world who carry it, they're the wardens. You don't get out. You take another birth. I don't care. You're big guru, you have 1,000 disciples. You don't respect real Vaishnavas who have real bhakti, like was described here in that book, the tears and the ecstasy and the joy of the Lord like that. You take another birth. It doesn't matter if you have millions. Look at Pundraka. He had millions of followers in the kingdom. Oh, Pundraka, you're so great. You're so great. And he was still killed by the Lord because he was not great. See, only one person knew what was real bhakti, who was the real Krishna. But the real Krishna is Satchidananda. Where is that representative in this world? That's what people got to be looking for. If you don't look for that and you don't find that, seek and ye shall find. You don't find that, you take another birth, you know, and who knows what your association will be. So the Lord and his devotees come here to deliver people. If you believe their preaching and their word that comes from God, the actual God word, the God vibration, then you're saved. That's simple. I don't care how retarded you are, how negative you are. You stay here, you stay in this circle, you're delivered, and you'll start feeling it. You're not pie in the sky bullshit. You will feel happy in your heart because you have firm faith in the word of the real representative of this transcendental potency. You will feel it, and you watch, and you'll see even people coming here that develop faith in no matter how much negative idea or conditioning they have. You have faith in the real guru and their words, and that means you're getting the real Krishna. And Maya is always trying to pull you off of that and bring you these stupid Mayavadis around, you know, oh, yes, Sachi Sai Baba. And you stop listening. Frick, I don't want to listen to you. My computer fell off the thing. I'm not listening to you. I don't care, you know. Nookie or no nookie. Get out of my eyes. I don't want to listen
Well
to that.
said, Guru Maharaj.
Well said.
Well said, Guru Maharaj.
I had to throw that one in, I don't know, spontaneously. Nookie or no nookie. I don't like conclusiveness is better than nookie. You know, if you're like that, Krishna will take you seriously and say, oh, this person's, he's more interested in me than that. That's all he wants to see. Conclusive truth, man. Don't believe all the people that are inexperienced devotees. Unless they can manifest it. Huh?
I said, don't believe the hype.
Yeah, don't believe the hype unless it's just a bunch of, oh, you're so confident. Oh, it's the same as this. Hey, man, unless you can manifest the ecstasy that we read in these books, I know that this philosophy and this avatar is better than anyone. Any avatars, even Krishna's other avatars. This one is magnificent. Prabodhananda even glorified. He doesn't, no avatar of Krishna gave as much bhakti as this Krishna avatar, Lord Chaitanya. So easily, so conclusively, just showing who he really is, and every aspect is available here. Anybody compare some other guru, Sadgurus, or any of them, like those who are in the real line, hogwash. You can't compare. Okay, honor, you're all servants of the Lord. Very great sadhu guru. You're giving wisdom to people and helping a bunch of neophytes. Okay, very wonderful. But this is for connoisseurs. If you think Sadguru and Satya Sai Baba is like Lord Chaitanya and his real representatives in the world, you won't get this. It'll pass you by, especially you preaching that. All you can do is try to deviate my students. That's all you can do. But my students who hold to this word and believe this word above that other word, which is nothing but inauspiciousness, will get through. You don't believe this word? Well, go listen to the gals out there or the guys who preach something else. This one is a strong rope, man. You hold on this with faith, you'll know what I'm talking about. You'll know the ecstasy that Lalita feels. Otherwise, I don't know, man. I'm all in my mind again, you know. Yeah, that's the doubt by believing other preaching. You got to believe the preaching that gives you the result of intimate, ecstatic worship, like 550 years example. And that's here now. And nowhere else that I've seen. It's just a bunch of bluff. Maya's bluff. She's always bluffing. Oh, you know, we got so Gohari and their group. They got no friggin' ecstasy, nothing but a bunch of talk.
Yeah.
They can't
Ask about
preach
the
it.
disciples. Where are his disciples? Are they crying as well?
No,
Do they
none
have
of them. They
ecstasy
don't
as
know.
well?
They stay on
Where
the
are the
material
fruits?
platform. Material platform, all of them. just and interested in the mind. See, into the mind, psychology ideas. That's that level, and that's okay. Yeah, it's just psychology, you know. And wow, that's really wise. Oh, that's great. Great moral teaching. Yeah. Sadhguru, tell me some other wisdom, and it's always dry, you know.
Yeah, a lot of guru disciples go to him because he's caressing their false ego, and then they feel very good because they feel understood and
Yeah. Well, you know, it's not a well, in a sense, it's a competition thing also. But this is, it's because actually Shuddha Bhakti needs to be represented. See? Otherwise, you think it's all the same. Oh, that guru and Satya Sai and them, they're all the same. Well, no, the thing is, are the symptoms of that sameness that Lord Chaitanya and the books represented, is that happening there, those symptoms? And they're not. It's just you know, nice persons, moral persons. They come and they listen to the wisdom of Solomon. But you know what? You're going to find, everybody will find out what Solomon found out. You go follow Sadhguru and you're going to find out what Solomon, because it's the same symptoms. You know, the guy can answer all these questions that people ask him with a good, satisfying answer, superficial, but still mundane. Solomon came to the conclusion. First of all, he was still doing wrong things, you know, like in wrong understanding. And then he comes to the conclusion at the end of his life, actually, all this wisdom is folly. It's all folly, man. Without bhakti, without devotion, it's not eternal. It's going to pass away. That was his big realization. And people are still following this wisdom of Sadhgurus or Solomon as the real path. I'm saying, no, it's not the real path. No, the real path leads to ecstatic devotion in this life. That's real. That's substantial. That's here. That's manifested, you know? So, yeah, people can take their choice, you know? So what do you want to follow? The inexperienced people, because they sure talk, oh, and you listen, you go, oh, the person's saying this. Maybe I should have doubt and go hard. Because they're saying this, and they don't have the ecstatic qualification here. No paper stuff, no bluff stuff. No, the qualification that God is with that person, that God is manifesting fruit in others who listen to that person, who listen to that word, which is actually this blissful, isn't this, you know, the word of God. Hey man, worship the best God you can, the best word you can. Well, the best word you can worship is that all blissful Lord. You know, the word that leads you to that quickly, to that all blissful, ecstatic, rapturous Lord. That's the best word to hear in this world. Any other world is going to leave you. You're going to die, and you're going to have this covering of the soul over the soul, still the false ego, false identifications, even wisdom. You know, knowledge of Solomon and Sadhguru is fleeting, but devotion to Krishna will live with you forever. All right. Yeah. Go ahead. Be the devil's advocate here. We need some of the devil's advocate here.
I am so tired of hearing sentimental arguments.
Okay.
If you're going to find fault with
You're absolutely
Sadhguru, listen, this sentimental, just ask their disciples. You ask one of the 3 million disciples of Sadhguru, does he bring them closer to God? They're going to say yes.
Yeah, you know what?
Convince.
You can ask Jayapataka's.
I'm not asking Jayapataka's parents jack shit.
Guru. They'll all say that. But
Of course they will. So by somebody saying,
but what God are
there's only one fucking God!
Hey, stop.
And
stop
they
that.
all know that!
All right.
They all know there's one God. And to say,
okay, so I'll just respond to that without him here because I could muzzle him. Oh, too late.
Give him a mask.
I can put a mask on him. You know. Yeah, I mean, he just go ahead. He needs to emote more. But basically, he's saying we're talking about what's sentimental. It's true. It's all about devotion is sentimental, but it's transcendental, and you need that sentiment. I mean, talking behind a big beard, and looking the part with the clothes, and he's on his motorcycle and all that stuff. He likes stuff, yeah, and. Anyway, that's not it, man. Just being a big wise man with a beard. That's what people get him, like, yeah. It's not about that. It has to be more than that. It has to be transcendental. Yeah, so it is sentimental because bhakti is what we're looking for. Are the symptoms of bhakti there? I haven't seen it. I look at the questions asked are all, stuff about the world and, stuff, and he answers all he has an answer for everything, but that ain't enough. That's King Solomon was like that. And he said
I don't feel sentimental, Guru Maharaj.
Huh?
I'm just a lover of the truth. I don't feel sentimental or hurt or anything. I'm a lover of the truth, because otherwise, everybody can say they are on the same level as you, Brother William. I'm sorry, Guru Maharaj.
Brother William.
No, not with me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, but sentiment, you got to understand the name. See, sentimental can be two things. Sentimental could be material sentiment or spiritual sentiment. See, Lord Chaitanya had spiritual sentiment. So in a way, he's telling the truth, but not the way he thinks.
Yeah.
Karuna, he thinks, oh, it's just sentiment. Yeah, you're right. That's Goddess Saraswati speaking through his mouth, but not in the way he knows. I know.
This was his sentimental feeling that he showed us, because he was a little bit sentimental, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's just, the idea is it is sentimental. It's about, isn't it, River, about devotion? Don't you like that? Don't you like that transcendental sentiment?
Yeah.
That's the main thing. Yeah. So anyway, we're only using things. We're not, I have really no criticism on my heart, anybody. If I'm saying about sadhguru, they're just Bhagavatam examples to me. We need to personify it. And if you get offended by that, well, that's a false ego thing. You're not understanding. That means actually you should just keep coming more until you can see the true intent of our preaching here, this preaching here, is if you notice the Bhagavatam is using persons, aren't they? Not just speaking. If I'm speaking in generalities, you'll just be muddled. Everybody will not be able to understand it. And that's why this is for confidential disciples usually, because the others all get offended. They see externally, oh, he's criticizing like we know of criticism. No, Bhagavatam is not criticizing. It's doing what we're doing. It's personifying. Yeah, this was Daksha, man.
Yeah.
You see this person, he was acting like that. And you see, and Daksha was alive when this was going on, when that book was written, and he was pointed out, wasn't he? Shiva was pointing out his example. And it's the same thing. This is why it's hard to take the truth, because it busts the false bubble of the false ego. Okay? So you got to have things point. I got to talk about Jayapataka and whoever else it is. What is this? Radhanath. Otherwise, everything is muddled. Everything's not clear. You got to understand, what is his path he's teaching? What is Jayapataka teaching? What is Sadhguru teaching? What is Satya Sai Baba teaching? Otherwise people think, oh, it's the same. Isn't it? That's the idea. People in that, oh, it's all the same. Or better. Oh yeah, Jayapataka is teaching a better thing than Goharidas. Well, is it? Well, this is our understanding. This is our conclusion. You present yours. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You come and say something, but none of these gurus do. Why not? Because they can't face the truth, I guess. Or they don't consider it important. So that tells me something too. Oh, you don't consider this preaching valuable that gives love of God, which is the whole purpose of Krishna consciousness, is not important. That tells me a lot. Doesn't that tell you guys a lot? They don't consider that. All over the internet, their disciples and everything. They must be saying, what about Gohari? I already heard from one guru out there, oh, good luck with Gohari. And he has thousands of disciples preaching a big false ego philosophy. Oh, you don't like ecstatic devotion. Oh, you don't like the conclusions that come from that. What kind of guru are you, man? You're going to take another birth, and so are your followers, or you're both blind. You know? So if I don't preach like this, then people who are looking for the path will never know it. They'll just go to those persons and get polluted.
Well, yeah, they're selling fruit juice and you're selling wine. That's the difference.
Yeah, exactly. The wine of life. But you know, they're also saying, well, see, they're making their determination. Oh, you know, yeah, don't Gohari. Yeah, all of them did the same. They say I shouldn't do it, but they're doing it. They're defending Maya. That's how I see it, and I'm defending the truth. So I had two disciples. They went to Narayan Raj and they said, "Is Gohari teaching the right path?" And also, who is it? Radhanath. They both went. One went to them, and the other both went to Narayan Raj. Oh no, he's not on the. He's not in the disciplic line. See, they're preaching it. They're preaching their idea, and so they left, and they're still gone. Oh, but I can't say, well, no, this is the real bhakti, man, because you see in the book, you see Chaitanya Leela, you see that. That's the goal, ecstatic prema bhakti. That's happening here in this sangha. Then where is the unreality that we're teaching here?
Yeah.
And where is it? You know?
You've got to defend it. You've got to defend Krishna's words. You've got to defend the truth.
Yeah.
They have freedom of speech, but you have it also.
Well, they're defending the illusion that Krishna prema isn't here. That's an illusion. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I don't serve the illusion. I serve the truth. Krishna prema is here, and we've proved it, and we'll continue to prove it. When all it takes is people following the formula. Equal faith in the word coming from the real guru. That's the real path. That's the real life of this prema. So if you come and you listen and you become convinced and fixed and not like wobbly, like, I don't know, maybe this Mayavadi idea that all gurus are the same thing, or whatever they're preaching, these guys. You get all wobbly, you know, you part here and part there. So when you get fixed like a laser, then you get it. A lot, and not just sporadically. So you keep coming until you overcome doubt. You know, look how long it took Thomas to overcome doubt. Actually, they all had a little bit of doubt. But when Thomas overcame the doubt, man, then he became like strong preacher, man. The power of God worked through him. See, to the doubting person, there's no happiness in this world or the next. Bhagavad Gita. See, for those who are doubters, if you doubt the bona fide spiritual master, then there's no happiness in this life or the next. And the happiness that we're talking is happiness, not this material happiness. No, there's no spiritual happiness for you in this life or the next. There's no happiness for an atheist who is not only doubtful, they just don't believe it. See, in this life or the next. That real happiness is transcendental happiness, ecstatic worship of Krishna. That's real happiness. You don't get that happiness in this life or the next. You believe this word, you believe this preaching by really considering and listening, then there'll be happiness for you in this life. Is there happiness for you in this life, Lalita Ganga? Yeah? Why? Because you're not doubting this word coming through here? Amazing, isn't it? It works. There's a witness. Follow that path. Yeah.
I'm drinking the truth for 3 years.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah. And so you just follow the real path that works, and then you get the result. Prema. Oh, more. Hey, welcome to Vrindavan. Come on in. Welcome to paradise. Welcome to the Garden of Eden. Whatever you want to call Vrindavan, that's what it is. Intimacy with God. Hey, man, the Lord ain't waiting. He's giving it to us now. Isn't he, Lalita? Isn't he, River? You get some intimacy
It's not
there.
enough.
Not enough. Never enough. Don't worry. You got to just keep
What's the
trudging along like a soldier, a Green Beret, man. You got to eat those old things up. Like that's that fertilizer for the truth, man. The bhakti. Maybe it's fertilizer. Makes a fertile place, you know. Yeah. But, you know. Let's see, we got some comments here. I'll read some comments. So Karuna said, I think we have to accept that not everybody's ready for this. Of course, well, I ain't good. Yeah, okay, I accept that. But you know what? I really accept people who come, man. Hey, man, come on. Hey, man. When you know, it's really true. When you please the guru, you're pleasing Krishna. I see this. I'm not pleased. I'm not pleased when I see people leaving here and then they start criticizing this preaching and this ecstasy. That doesn't please me at all, man. And that certainly doesn't please Krishna.
No.
See, the real devotee's heart becomes purified by this ecstatic worship. And then whatever pleases your heart is pleasing Krishna automatically. You know, when a devotee chants Hare Krishna and their heart is purified, automatically you say, oh, the Krishna's really happy now. Therefore, I'm happy. I'm happy with Krishna's happiness. That's Vrindavan. That's those devotees. Now you're a Vrindavan and Vrindavan. You know what they know and nobody else knows. Unless they listen to your instructions and quickly attain this prema and get their hearts purified, then they become Vrindavan residents and know what we residents of Vrindavan know. You know, when Krishna's happy, we're happy. And Krishna's happy is this ecstatic love that he brought to show. This is Krishna's happiness. Ecstatic worship. That's why he showed it and showed it and showed it. That's why we show it and show it and show it. Right, Lalita? And anybody else that has the, empowerment to do it? Just show and show Krishna's happiness.
Please him meanwhile. And show him presence.
And show him. Yeah, because, and then people start to get purified. Even they don't like it, but they're like force-fed, like a person that can't open their mouth. So we kind of stick the food in there, Here you go. Yeah. Intimacy. Show the light, man. That's the light of this world, is ecstatic worship. There ain't a greater light. You prove to anybody. Jai Pataka, Radhanath, you prove to me there's a greater light than this ecstatic worship in this world. They don't know any greater light than this. They don't even know that this is light. They probably consider darkness light. Vaidhi Bhakti light. No. Ecstatic worship. My Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda came and blissfully showed what is real light in this world for the conditioned souls is the ecstatic devotees who worship the Lord with great transcendental ecstatic love and have the right realizations to confirm that. See, ecstatic love confirms the conclusive understanding, and conclusive understanding confirms the glories of ecstatic worship. You got to be like that, man. Radha and Krishna living inside you, man, and duking it out with Maya and just flattening her, flattening that illusion. This is fast and fertile, graceful, like ducking swans. Govinda. Karuna, accept but sneer at others, for their freedom makes me want to slap your ass. Hey, there you go. Fight. That's what I like. Hey, man, better to fight with Guru than to be wishy-washy. I'd rather you really love what's being said here or really hate it, man. Yeah, good. Throw it in the fire. Throw your fist in. That's your path, Karuna. That's your path to ecstatic worship.
And glorifying you. That's what he does tomorrow.
There's a secret where Jesus said, if I'm lifted up on a pole, I'll draw all men unto me. You got to be like that. See, if Krishna is lifted up, Christ is lifted up on the pole in your body, it comes up. See, from your belly up. into the heart, into the pineal, into the crown chakra. You just got to be lifted up, and then you draw all men unto you. See, how do you do that? See, people don't know that. How they think, oh, everybody's going to come favorable. No, somebody's going to come hating you, man. You're drawing. See, it's a drawing force. We're taught in 10th canto. You can serve the Lord by anger and hatred. You know, Krishna, when he saw Lord Shiva on the battlefield, he came and he said, Shiva, nobody hates me more than you. See, those are in the mode of ignorance. They hate Krishna. Okay, but that's an attraction. You hate, you're attracted in hatred.
Attention. Yeah. Negative.
So, yeah, it just hate the devotees. They hate, that represent the Lord. Didn't they hate? You know, Jesus warned his disciples. He said, "Listen, man, I'm going to give this Holy Spirit to you that I have." And they're gonna, how they treated me. Look who they treated. They put me on the cross, man, put a crown of thorns on there and whipped me and drew blood and the swords and I hate you, you know. All that they're gonna do to you. Not everybody, because if they listen to me, like in some other life, you look real sages and their, you know, confidential ideas and understanding, they'll listen to you. It's the same thing. That's why Prabhupada was silent on this ecstatic stuff. See? Because he didn't get it out, so it wasn't time. So now we got to start at this is the beginning. Now, those who listen in some other lifetime to the confidential conclusion of the Vedas and maybe are attracted to ecstatic worship they will listen here. Just like that Muslim guy. He was a Muslim, but yet somehow he was sincere in his heart, and it touched his heart and changed him. Okay? You see how it is? He was a fierce tax collector, materialistic pounds and shillings man, right? Externally. But he was attracted to the Lord and the Lord's devotees, and that's called pious. Even though you're external. Many of these people in religion, that's why we abandon it. Many of them are hypocrites. They're not attracted like that Muslim to ecstatic devotees or the ecstatic Lord, are they? You notice? So persons like that are considered more righteous simply because they accept the association of real devotees. See? Yeah. I rather be with persons like that accept. I rather would be people that aren't perfect in their life or severely crippled by conditionings and all that, but they like to associate with those who are ecstatic persons. Hey, that's favorable. But being
even
with
if
these,
they don't believe, but they associate. Even if they don't believe, they keep on associating with you.
Yeah. So the association is important. Okay. Govinda, no sneer, just Vrindavan here, whose mouth is uttering sneer, not the forefront dwindling there. Yeah, no, that's not sincere. Yeah. So, bottom line is some will be attracted by love, you know, and attraction and favorability. And some are favorably thinking about devotees and kind of fight with them a little bit. A lot of people have both in them for a while. You know, so anyway, by and by, this association is like a fire, and you make quick advancement through all these things. But not on our own timelines. We think, well, I'm not making quick advancement. I'm not making quick advancement because I'm not ecstatic all the time, and because I keep getting this mood, this conditioning keeps coming up. Not on our timeline. It's on Krishna's timeline. We got to remember that. I'm waiting for a response. I got no response. Okay.
Can you explain that a bit more, please, Maharaj?
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. A lot of times we feel that it's hard sometimes, okay? And we get some nectar, some inspiration, but it's hard a lot of the time, you know? And you think, well, this isn't working. This is, you know, I want more, you know, but you know, it's maybe I should give this up because I'm not getting it. It's not, see, we got our own expectation and timeline, but I'm saying it's Krishna's timeline. Whether, you know, you go through 20 years of that. I mean, you know, I have people here going 20 years and they're not got as much ecstasy as you got. See, so it's Krishna's timeline for everybody. See, because you could fall off the path if you go too much into that, and the person that has faith will continue going and win the race. I've seen people, they kind of like jackrabbits sometimes. So you got everybody, whatever you're a little farther back or closer, you got to realize it's all Krishna's timeline. What it takes 25 years or 2 years or 3 years. So don't give up the race if it's just a 2 or 3 year thing and the symptoms are there. Even if it's 3 years of hell, you know, here interspersed of agony and ecstasy. You know, that's kind of how it is for.
Oops. No more Guru, Yamuna.
Hmm?
Yeah, you haven't seen it. Guru Maharaj fell out for a few minutes, a few seconds.
Yeah, it just happens. You know, sometimes it does that. Now I'm blocked, or you don't. Now you see me.
Somebody just called me. That's what happened. Yeah.
So, I wish I could read Chaitanya Charitamrita with you guys, but I don't know how to connect live from my phone. Maybe after I fix my computer. Okay, you don't know how to connect live with your phone. Why don't you just find out? Why don't you go to somebody, ask somebody with a phone? Learn. This is Rudvik. Yeah, go, you know, ask somebody. You know, there are people that have phones. A lot of people know the phone really good. Just go grab somebody on the street. You know, don't limit your. Yeah. All right. So anyway,
there's always a video on YouTube how to do things.
Yeah, on YouTube also you can learn. Piety directed towards material benefits is Naimittika Dharma. Piety directed towards bhakti is Jaiva Dharma. Yeah, Jaiva. Jai Dharma. Jaiva. Yeah. Yeah, well, piety, you know, you can become instantly pious. It's amazing, the power of bhakti. If anybody comes and is just favorable here, you're instantly pious. That means, you know, this is where the Transcendental Lord is lurking, actually. He's here, you know, and he's here in this ecstasy and in this understanding. And people who become favorable to that, it doesn't matter what your material situation is, even in the modes, but you're favorable. Oh, instantly the Lord is saying, hey, man, you're the pious person around. Yeah. And then he gives you something more than that piety. Okay. River, go ahead, read some more. You want to read some more?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay. Lord Chaitanya's name is so potent that even the demons have a change of heart by chanting his names and glories. Yet the devilish reprobates do not accept the mercy, nor have faith in the power of his name. The Lord of Vaikuntha showered his merciful glance upon. Sorry, Maharaj.
Read that again. That one, I kind of didn't focus enough.
Okay, I read the last. Lord Chaitanya's name is so potent that even the demons have a change of heart by chanting his names and glories. Yet the devilish reprobates do not accept this mercy, nor do they have faith in the power of his name.
See, the betrayers and reprobates, they're the ones that it doesn't matter where they are, they infiltrate religion. Okay? and they're the test. They don't have faith in the association of devotees. But even demons, this guy you could say was like a demon. He was a very like in the worldly type person, that Muslim guy. But yet his heart softened and he took the mercy, accepted the mercy of Krishna, Lord Chaitanya and his devotees. And look what the result was. That's the result will be here. People, you'll make spectacular spiritual advancement here simply by accepting the mercy that's flowing here. It's that simple, my friend. That's why it's tough sometimes. It's tough for many Vaidhi Bhaktas. They can't accept the mercy. They can't accept this mercy flowing here yet. And so, but gradually, by and by, they probably will.
Everybody's frozen.
No, we're not frozen.
Okay, I'm frozen.
You're frozen. Maybe.
I'm gonna come back on.
Yeah. Go off and come back on.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody came on the chat here. This is probably from YouTube. Patriarch unblock Miss Lolita. Unblock. Oh, yeah. This is. Do you know a Patriarch?
I don't know him.
Says Miss Lolita, I love. See, it says this. Do you know that?
Is it him? Is it somebody who was in class? I don't know.
Oh, it looks like a Mataji. She says you need to be unblock her somehow.
Oh.
Yeah, you see that
Patrick
name?
Unlock.
What? Yeah, that person. Oh, I see. Patrick. Oh, I'm sorry. No. That's the name. Patrick Unlock.
Yeah. I know. I don't block messages, Guru Maharaj.
Okay. Yeah.
I only block men.
Miss Lolita, I love you. All right. Well, come to the what do you call the Facebook Live. But actually, we're broadcasting on YouTube too. So just come on YouTube. Every day we're broadcasting live on YouTube also. Oh, River Yamuna. Here we go. Okay, there you are. All right.
Did you finish with that sentence?
Yeah, probably. Go ahead.
The Lord of Vaikuntha showered his merciful glance upon everyone as he went on his way to Nilachai. Day and night, he was always internally absorbed, drinking deep from the endless nectarian ocean of loving mellows of Lord Krishna. A few days later, he arrived on the banks of the river Survanaka, finding her waters crystal clear. The Lord and the Vaishnava devotees took their baths in the Pellucid. Is that a word? Pellucid. Don't know what that means. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So it's Pellucid. Took their baths in the river, thus further sanctifying it, and then continued onwards to their destination. Somehow, Nityananda Prabhu, Jagannatha Pandit had fallen back a distance from the rest of the group. Sri Chaitanya decided to sit down and wait for the two to catch up with them. Nityananda Prabhu was always engrossed in deep meditation on Sri Chaitanya. This loving mellow made him act intoxicated and seemingly mad. Sometimes he would cry loudly, almost wailing, then suddenly began roaring loudly with the ear-splitting voice of a thunderbolt. Then again, he would abruptly start to laugh whilst rolling on the ground. Whenever he saw a river or stream, he would plunge into the water and swim about in various directions for a long time. Then at other times, he would cover his body with dust. He would sometimes fall swooning into ecstasy to the ground, so hard that everyone would believe that all his bones were shattered. When he started dancing just on his own, it seemed the earth quivered like a leaf and tilted, appearing to be about to fall out of balance. Okay. He started dancing just on his own. It seemed the earth quivered like a leaf and tilted, appearing to be about to fall out of balance. This sort of behavior and power is not unnatural for Sri Nityananda, for Sri Ananta Sage. For Sri Ananta Sage is his partial expansion, and Sri Chaitanya resides eternally in his heart. One time, Jagannatha Pandit, who had been assigned by the Lord to carry his sannyasi danda staff on the journey, sannyasi danda staff on the journey, wanted to go and beg food from a nearby village. He considered it best to leave the Lord's danda behind, and so he said to Sri Nityananda, "Here, look after the Lord's danda very carefully while I am gone." With this, Jagannatha gave Nityananda the danda. Nityananda Prabhu, who was always meditating. Sorry. Go away. My phone on silent. Nityananda Prabhu, who was always meditating on Sri Chaitanya and thus absorbed in prema ras, took the danda and sat down. He started laughing and holding the danda in one hand. He began to speak to it. He said, "Oh danda, you are carried by the same person I always carry in my heart. What logic is there in that?" Nityananda Prabhu, who is Balaram, got up and then smashed the danda to the ground with immense force, breaking it in 3 places. The Supreme Lord alone knows his own desires. How can I fathom why Nityananda Balaram broke the danda? Nityananda Prabhu knows immediately the mind of Sri Chaitanya, and Sri Chaitanya also fully understands the mind of Sri Nityananda. They are brothers eternally, and they appear together in every yuga. Rama and Lakshman knew each other's hearts deeply, but they are the one and same Supreme Lord. They have separated only to teach.
So why did he break the danda?
Because
Asking both of you. Give your answers.
I was wondering.
he broke it because he doesn't think, Nityananda doesn't think that Lord Chaitanya needs it. I'm not sure.
I think because it's an external manifestation of bhakti.
It's part of the Varnashram system. See, the sannyasi thing.
Yeah.
See, you're holding this danda as a sannyasi, and he's saying, "I carry the Lord in my heart. This Lord here doesn't need this. He's transcendental to this. It's not right that he has to take the trouble to carry a danda. He doesn't need this. I carry that Lord in my heart. He's not, and why should I'm not carrying a dunda? Why should he? Why should he take the problems of doing that? And then he smashed it on the ground. And then the Lord, I don't know if it'll be in this Chaitanya Bhagavat, but in another one, it comes up to, and the Lord looks, he says, Nityananda, why'd you do this? This dunda is the abode of all the demigods. You know? And Nityananda's thinking, yeah, you're right. They should be serving you, not you shouldn't be serving the demigods holding the dunda. They should be serving you. You know? So it was right. So go ahead and let's see if they get to, if it's in this one here.
Rama and Lakshman knew each other's hearts deeply, for they are this one and same Supreme Lord. They have separated only to teach and enhance the loving mellows of devotional service. I am able to know Sri Chaitanya and his path only by the mercy of Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Who's other than Balaram himself would have had the power to smash who other than Balaram himself would have had the power to smash the dunda of the Lord? Actually, it is Sri Chaitanya, the supreme teacher, who is teaching something in many subtle ways. One who can penetrate and understand these puzzles and grasp their essential truth enjoys blissful devotional life.
Yeah, you see, it's not enough to be a sannyasi. You can't grasp these things just in the varnashram system. You have to find somebody who's actually paramahamsa, that's transcended them. That, in other words, the Lord is awakened and living in their heart, just like Nityananda. You know, that's the person you need to be listening to, regardless of whether they carry a dunda or not. Lord Chaitanya had he was the Lord himself, but he acted like a devotee who had the Lord in his heart. See? So that's who we should be looking for. Whether it's a Nityananda, who had had no signs and external signs of being a devotee. Matter of fact, he usually had the signs of a materialist. You know, he was wearing fine garments and golden cane, you know, jewelry, fancy jewelry, expensive. Yeah. And he used to attract a lot of materialists that way and convert them. They want to rob him, and then he'd rob them of their material desires.
Pundarika.
Yeah. So, Oh, and Cole, by the way, if you want to come on again, you come back again. Maybe I missed you. You were hiding in the corner there. And then I saw you, and then you went off. So, if you want to come back on. All right. So, Cole says, Chaitanya Charitamrita says, Chaitanya is Supreme Lord and didn't need to take sannyas, but only did it to bless the people who would respect him for having that title. But really, he didn't need to. And that's true. He didn't need to. He only took sannyas to get the student community to respect him, or whoever else. You know, in India, they usually respect sannyasis, but he had a lot of opponents who were from the student. They didn't like this, just like now. They don't like the ecstasy. You know, they're really offended by it. They think a devotee in Vaishnavism is supposed to be a dry, knowledge thing. You know, they think that's real Vaishnavism. You know, but you got to go beyond even this conception of Vaishnava, or even like Christians. I'm a Christianity. I'm a Christian. Oh yeah, that means you're a sectarian usually. You got to know Jesus. He wasn't a Christian. You know, he was a truthin. Are you a truthin? You know,
He was the son of God.
He was a son of God. Are you a devotee of the Lord? Devotee of the Lord is better than a Christian or a Vaishnava. No. Do you have love of God, whether you're a Muslim or a Christian or a Vaishnava? Are you a devotee? Are you an intimate, ecstatic servant of the Lord? Now, that is the essence, man. If you're not, step aside. Don't try to lead people to Vrindavan. You cannot lead them properly. You know, you got to be a devotee in the mood of Vrindavan to lead people to Vrindavan. And that's very rare.
I think Jesus was a Vaishnava.
Yeah. Well, he was a devotee of the Lord. You know, that's why he knew the truth. You know, those who listen to his word get the truth. See, it's like that instruction we read this morning. Radharani told Swarup, go and talk to that Brahmin. Give him the instructions that will quickly lead me to Vrindavan. That's a Jesus. Go, Jesus. He said, my Father sent me. Yeah, he's sent by the Father. Go and give them the instructions where people can attain me quickly. Same thing. We got the order of Prabhupada. Go and teach people the instructions, and you've got to be an ecstatic devotee. Prabhupada gave me the order after this ecstasy was there for a long time. And then go and teach people how to quickly attain Vrindavan. You see, it's always the same thing. You got to be authorized, man. Otherwise, you're just a little whippersnapper, a little baby child, trying to imitate being a real doctor. It's all that's going on, mostly Vaishnavism. It sounds so authoritative, but they have no authority, no real authority. Well, I've been voted in the authority. I got to look at me. I'm a sannyas. I'm a man of the cloth. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You don't need my
Right,
permission.
Shila, go ahead. When Jagannatha Pandit returned, he found Nityananda sitting with the 3 broken pieces of the danda laying next to him. At first, he was startled and astonished, but soon felt great anxiety. He inquired from Nityananda, "Who broke the danda?" Nityananda replied, "The one who took the danda in the first place. The Lord himself has broken his own danda. Who else would dare or even do such a thing?" Jagannatha thought it best not to retort. He simply picked up the broken pieces of the danda and silently walked away. Jagannatha went to where Lord Chaitanya was seated. He threw the broken pieces of the danda in front of the Lord. The Lord looked up and asked, "How was the danda smashed like this? Did you get in a fight? Tell me what has happened." Jagannatha narrated everything. He said, "Nityananda, who is always wrapped in ecstatic trance, has done this." Sri Chaitanya, turning to Nityananda, inquired, "What was your reason for smashing my danda?" Nityananda Prabhu retorted, "They were just some bamboo poles that I broke."
Yeah, you see, he disrespected Varnashram Dharma in that way, didn't he? Isn't that disrespectful? No, he destroyed Varnashram Dharma. That is really an offense. Isn't that kind of what we do here? We destroy, we break apart Varnashram Dharma. We break it, literally. We break people's faith in it. Hey, man, if you read the Raghunath Das's book, he says real devotees have no faith in Varnashram Dharma. They may teach it because that's all they're qualified for, but they got no faith. They have faith in love of God, man. Prema, devotion. They follow the path of prema. That's why we're not here for babies, man. You come here, I guarantee you, break your faith in Varnashram Dharma. We'll break your faith in even in gurus who carry the big sticks who believe in them. If they believe in the stick, we break it. You come here, man. Even, when Advaita, he was playing the part of one of these Varnashram Dharma Brahmins, you know, and he says, Nityananda, you just come here to destroy me. You come here you are a killer of Brahmins. You know, you kill, and people think, you know, once I said that and somebody said, he was one of these Vaidhi guys with trying to be a Raganuga. Oh, you see, he says killing, bro. No, you kill faith in the Brahmin thing. See, you do that because that's how else can you move on? That your faith in that Varnashram level is transcended by faith in spontaneous devotional service, in those devotees. Paul did it. It's always the same preaching. Look at Paul. He said, I was a faithful follower of Varnashram Dharma or the Pharisee rules and regulations. And he was a leader, like a big stick guy. I was a leader, and I was still opposed to God. Yeah, I fought with God. I wanted to fight with his representatives. See, but then the Lord just struck me with lightning, and then I saw the truth, you know. And he said, now I have faith, not faith in being a Pharisee, because see, the way it is, it's like this. We're subjects, all right? We're subjects of what? Our understanding. What are we standing under? See? This is a new thing that they do with the world. This is very interesting. What foundation are you standing under? Oh, I'm standing under the foundation of Varnashram Dharma and following the rules and regulations and ceremonial worship of Krishna. That is my foundation. Oh yeah, well, that's going to fall when you pass from the body. You don't take that with you. Okay, what are you standing under? What is your understanding? Well, I'm standing under Prema Bhakti principles. I'm standing under my guru in his word, his teaching, which is in the Vedas about the very confidential teaching. I am solid on that. I am standing under that platform. See, Varnashram Dharma just falls away. See, you have a different understanding, and this is stronger. This goes with you forever. This is why Lord Chaitanya came to teach. This is what we're here to teach also. Okay? The understanding of the principles of Prema Bhakti that are in these books and that are also in the heart of an unadulterated self-realized soul who knows Krishna, and they preach that. And then you stand under faith in Guru and Krishna are actually, faith in Guru is Krishna is represented in the book. Faith in the real Krishna is the word of the Guru. And the word of the Guru is the real Krishna, and the word of the Shastras reflects the real Guru. You have faith like now, it's solid, man. Nah, Maya cannot touch you. You become an ecstatic devotee, you know, living in this world in joy and ecstasy of love of God. Now that's a pretty good deal, isn't it? Why would anybody want anything else? You want this understanding or you want Varnashram Dharma, man? Choose wisely. Oh, there you go. All right. I was looking. See, you're hiding in the corner. I didn't see you. Here we go. We'll put you up now. Hey, well, there's Cole, man. Look at him. There he is.
Hi.
Is this preaching any good, Cole? Oh, you're muted. Sorry about that. Oh, you got there. Oops. Okay.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, and I'm afraid of that other side. I've never experienced it, but it's weird that that's what I can't even imagine doing that or something.
Doing what?
Like the temples with the rules and regulations and like the control and the way people are and like strict atmosphere and like I can't even imagine it. It's just not the way I was raised or the way that I've ever lived. I've never done it. I couldn't imagine. It seems scary to me.
Well, it's definitely repressive.
Well, because like, and then I'm like, okay, so these people, when they see Krishna, when they're chanting their rounds, they see Krishna as like standing in the corner, looking angry, wondering if they're doing it right or like, you know what I mean? They see Krishna like standing there pointing his finger like, why didn't you do your extra? What are you doing? Like that's what they see him as. And then we see him, and I see him as like my best friend hanging out, and he's telling me cool things
Yeah.
and hanging out with me. And
Yeah.
I've always felt like an intimate relationship,
Yeah.
but coming here, I was taught how to access that intimate relationship consistently, which is by sadhu sangha with a teacher who is an ecstatic, pure devotee. You know, I learned, and that says it in the books, but it's so cool to have the puzzle pieces fit,
Yeah.
you know, and actually have that community.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. That's what we're here for. We're here, you know, like people will feel whether helps free them in their worship. You need some living association role models that touches your heart, you know, like, oh yeah, you know, we're here for people that know that it's like Jesus said, I'm here to teach people who are taught by God. You feel it in here, and maybe you need to unlock it, get it unlocked. And so, you know, we are here for that, or we're here to awaken it. Some people don't have that at all, and then boom, just you know.
Yeah, it's awesome to see how many people are freed from that kind of belief through this class. Even if they don't stay, I see them, they come and they get changed and they leave and just go about their lives. But I've seen a lot come and go that I feel like they really changed their mind about something.
Yeah. Well, they change to a degree, but then they just don't. You here in Sadhu Sangha, you'll move deeper and deeper and deeper. Otherwise, you kind of just. It's just, you know, it's just people don't know the importance of it. That's where it goes. Like you're sowing seeds, and then in another life, because of the association, they start again some way or something, and they move along until they become steady. Like really, like, hey man, this is what life is all about, man. Let me. I got only this much energy and time. Let me use it wisely. You know, let me achieve the ultimate goal of life, love of God. Yeah, let me be in. Oh wow, Sadhu Sangha association. What a gem! What a treasure! I am so fortunate to have such association. See. So it takes time. Some people, you know, there's no root yet in that, and they get benefit. Yeah, and, you know, it's great. I have to go. We have guests, Maharaj. All right, guests.
Yeah, I have to go to work as well.
Okay. Yeah, well, maybe that's good enough for a while.
But I'll be listening to anybody.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll go off now myself, and maybe Lalita, you want to do something? Probably. You're never satisfied, you know. So it's much more. Maybe. Let's see. Well, let's see. Let's see.
I will go. I just find the text and.
Yeah. How's your eye doing today? Is it better?
Yeah, well, it's red inside. I have 4 little balls inside.
Oh,
Okay,
inside.
yeah.
Oh, it's
inside.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah. So with a needle, he opened them. He hoped not to operate it, but the whole eyelid is infected inside for months. For months.
Wow. For months.
Strange. For months, since April last year.
Wow.
Started in April last year. Always new balls are coming in. Well,
you know, it must be all, what I think it is all the medicine you've took over the years, and it's like there's a certain amount of poison in the medicines, and so it's probably coming out of your body. You know, it comes out through the skin, in pus and things like that.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
And the good dust here in the building.
The dust aggravates it probably. Yeah.
Dust and paint and all this little powder with Balaram is working with. And
God, when is the damn thing going to be finished? When is the house going to be finished? My guy's working on it for years.
2 years now.
2 years. Was it 5 years? Is it a 5-year project? Or?
Oh my God. I hope not.
What's
Okay,
he
we'll
going to
see.
do after he finishes the house? He'll be bored.
Oh,
Nothing-
he will sit next to me and watch your classes all day long.
Oh yeah. That's
Yeah.
what
And inviting devotees, of course.
okay, yeah, good, yeah. Let's see. Okay, have a nice day, everybody. Thanks,
Yes,
Cole,
bye-bye.
for coming on, everybody, and
Hare
Bye, Paul.
Krishna. Bye. Have a
Bye-bye.
good day, guys.
Have a good
Guranga.
day. Same to you.